Story 1. Opposing counsel. Isn't it true you hit the victim in the face with a brick? Client. No, Marcus hit him with the brick. I hit him in the back with a piece of wood. Story 2. He had sent a photo of his wife's beaten face to his wife with a message saying something along the lines of, "Do you want this to happen again?" He came across very well in court up to that point, but his mask slipped when that came out. Story 3. A buddy of mine works as a public defender. A woman was arrested on drug charges and told him she didn't have any drugs on her when they arrested her. He thought, okay, we'll use that. Turns out she didn't have any drugs on her when they arrested her because she had just sold them to an undercover police officer. Story 4. My house was robbed. In addition to all the stuff the thief took, he also stole a bunch of my suits and all of my neckties. I had a big collection, like 100 or so. However, the thief left fingerprints on a hard plastic box that I kept spare change in. Fast forward 3 months, the thief is caught in the act of robbing another house in the same neighborhood. The same detectives on my case and this new theft. They fingerprint the guy, and the fingerprints match the ones from my house. At the thief's arraignment, I see him stroll in wearing my suit and my tie. I tell the district attorney, and he says there's really no way to prove it. However, the tie he chose to wear was a one-of-a-kind street map of San Francisco, and I still had all the documentation to prove it. The district attorney's eyes widen, and he informs the judge. The judge has the thief placed under arrest again for possession of stolen property. The thief's lawyer was dumbfounded. It was a nice end to a rough situation. Story 5. A bit late to the party, but here goes, and obligatory, not my client. The company I worked for at the time was doing due diligence before acquiring a small tech startup. The chief operating officer of the tech startup was a well-liked guy in the company, friendly and outgoing. However, we had heard rumors that the chief operating officer was rather hands-on with the work and with female employees. Apparently, there was a walkaway package proposed to the chief operating officer that would let him keep a sizable portion of his post-acquisition bonus because a young woman who worked in their sales department had filed human resources complaints against the chief operating officer and obtained counsel. I sat in on the meeting with the chief operating officer and the company's retained lawyers while they questioned him about his contacts with the young woman. The chief operating officer denied ever having contact with her within the company without multiple other people present. Those people said his behavior toward her in the meetings didn't raise any flags. The chief operating officer emphatically denied having any contact with her outside of work. The lawyers asked the question in several different ways, and each time the chief operating officer denied any out-of-work contact. Later, we met with the woman and her lawyer with the chief operating officer not present. Her lawyer gave us a rather graphic card that came with a bouquet of flowers addressed to her from the chief operating officer. The guy had an account with a florist linked to his credit card. When the company retained lawyers confronted him, he said, "But I never had contact with her. It's not like I delivered the flowers myself." The chief operating officer got terminated for cause, so no walkaway package. At her request, the woman was given paid time off until after the acquisition, then moved to another one of the companies under our umbrella. Story 6. I am a lawyer in the United Kingdom. I acted for a member of a well-known group dedicated to catching pedophiles. My client was charged with various offenses related to his vigilantism, most seriously, causing grievous bodily harm with intent. He wanted me to fight the case on a public interest defense point that is not available to him in statute or at common law, contrary to my advice. I followed his instructions as I am bound to do. If the state will not punish pedophiles properly, then it is left to men like my client to take the law into their own hands. An argument without merit for many reasons. His laptop was seized by police and submitted for forensic examination. It contained a staggeringly large database of child pornography. He himself was a massive pedophile. Story 7. Minor traffic cases can be the worst for this, believe it or not, because they are short and simple and oftentimes the client isn't there. So if you get blindsided by something critical, there's often no chance to consult with them to turn things around. I had a simple speeding case, 70 miles per hour in a 55. No big deal. If she does a driving improvement course, the court will usually dismiss or reduce those since her driving record wasn't bad. When I showed up for her, I found out that she had been driving 70 up an unplowed snow lane to get around all the other cars traveling in the lane that had been plowed because they were driving too slow. I didn't know it was even possible to drive 70 on fresh snow. The officer stated he'd already cut her a break by not writing the ticket for reckless driving, and the judge politely agreed he didn't feel comfortable reducing it under those circumstances. When I called her up after court to confirm, she claimed she'd just forgotten to mention it. Now maybe I've lived too much of my life in the South, but that just boggles my mind as a detail you'd forget when hiring a lawyer for that incident. I would have told her in advance that hiring us was a waste of money, not to mention the hassle of taking an 8-hour class, and she should probably just go ahead and pay this one. I legitimately do that all the time during consultations, give my honest assessment if the case is even worth doing, and so by omitting that detail, she harmed herself for no reason. At least she took it well and didn't get defensive. Story 8. A friend of mine is a defense attorney. He was representing a guy with a lengthy record for assault. Basically, this guy took an air conditioning unit and threw it at his girlfriend. My buddy tells me he was able to get a plea deal for 1 year probation, no jail time. The judge is all ready to accept the deal when he asks the defendant if he had anything he would like to say. The defendant responds, "Yeah, I don't know why they are charging me with assault. I never touched her. I just threw an air conditioning unit at her. This is unfair." The judge rescinded the plea deal because of the defendant's attitude and lack of remorse, went to trial, and got a year in jail. Story 9. Client said his ex owed him a lot of money and that she was trying to get out of paying him back by getting a protective order against him. Seemed reasonable, so I took his case. At the hearing, it came out that they were never a couple, that he was sending sex toys to her residence on a weekly basis, and that she never asked for the thousands of dollars he gave her over the years. We lost. He got laughed out of court and he learned a valuable lesson. Tell your lawyer the good and the bad stuff before trial. Story 10. There are so many. My friend is in a custody battle where the opposing party claims he has a drinking problem and he denies it completely. Even after the real talk I have with him, asking him not to hide anything from me and to be honest, we go into court, and at cross-examination the opposing party provides video evidence of him finishing work, driving to an abandoned parking lot to drink a few beers, and then going to pick up his child from school. Every single access visit. He not only didn't tell me that, he forgot to mention that his ex's brother owns a private investigator firm. What an idiot. Story 11. That he filmed his offenses for his YouTube channel. The police didn't even know. A witness brought it up on day 3 of the trial. It was a nice quick change of plea that afternoon. Story 12. Employment case. We got to the deposition of my client and all set up. The first question is, please state your name. The client looks at me and says, "Can we take a break?" We do, and she pulls me out into the hall to tell me she's lied to me about her identity. She's apparently a serial fraudster and has changed identities 7 times since the 1990s. She apparently thought the other attorneys had somehow figured it out, and that's why they asked the question. Story 13. Case as a paralegal. Negligence case. Client argued that a lack of streetlights and a cyclist he couldn't see was responsible for him hitting a wire pole. Upon discovery, the first respondent's report indicated that they found the driver in the driver's seat, pants down, with pornography playing on the phone. It wasn't difficult to figure out who was negligent at that point. Story 14. A man in prison hired me to request a modification of his sentence because he was doing very well, completing a lot of optional programs and had no rule violations. His family came in and paid to get everything started. I asked the family and the client if he had requested a modification before because the law stated that for his conviction, he could only request modification twice for any one sentence, regardless of whether they were granted or denied. They swore up and down he'd never filed before. You can see where this is going. After spending a few hours going over records and preparing documents, a copy of the case record finally arrived. He'd personally filed for modification 6 times since he was sentenced with handwritten pleadings that were all denied. So the one he hired me for was a waste of time and would never be considered at all. Story 15. I am a court-appointed attorney for qualifying individuals in family matters. Termination of parental rights case. I have been fighting to argue that the parent is stable, working lawfully, has a suitable apartment, no longer needs psychotropic medication, and is ready to be a parent, etc. After a few months of negotiating with all parties and the Department of Children and Court Services, we have a pretrial to try and convince the guardians. I meet with my client before the hearing to see if anything has changed. Nope, all good. Let's get my kids. Great, that's not happening today, but let's try. We get going in court. My client, who is very hot-headed and quick to anger, gets riled up and goes off on the guardians, screaming in open court. It doesn't end there, but reveals 1. No longer working. 2. No longer in the apartment. 3. Doesn't want to have a relationship with guardians despite her kids loving them. 4. Won't send her kids pictures of the toys they miss and can't have. 5. Plans on moving out of state. 6. Thinks they can live as a family off of state aid when she gets them back, and is 4 months pregnant. All in a matter of 15 seconds. I was too shocked to even react. Speechless. Not the image of stability and parental fitness I've been trying to paint since last July. To clarify, my client was working really hard to get everything right and legitimately had everything going for her prior to this hearing. I was not making false representations or trying to get a monster reinstated. This was a true bombshell as I did my due diligence to make sure things were in order and statutory requirements were met. Things fell apart very fast, apparently. This was a very atypical situation. Parents typically do a really good job working hard to meet their requirements. Story 16. Not my client, but the son of the opposing party, and presumably the party himself, lied about being blind to make himself seem more sympathetic as a witness. We didn't know either until he took the witness box. Their counsel asked him to take the oath, and he picked the card up and read it. That was the cherry on top of a series of ridiculous events. The judge dismissed the whole thing in our client's favor shortly after. I was a trainee at the time, but my boss, who was in her late 60s then, said it was the most ridiculous case she had ever handled. Story 17. I wasn't a lawyer in this role, but I was a law clerk. This was a typical divorce case. This particular jury trial was about splitting assets and who would get what. It was a long, drawn-out case that took about 5 days. Right before the closing arguments, the attorneys wanted to talk to the judge. It seems as though a couple of days prior, the couple decided to get back together, and instead of telling the judge and their lawyers, they just kept it a secret. We heard 4 days of evidence and arguments, brought in experts such as land assessors, financial planning people, and the like, and they were back together. One of the attorneys asked to be dismissed from the case immediately and walked out of the courtroom. The judge had to dismiss the jury, and the couple was adamant that they didn't think that getting back together was a detail any of their attorneys needed to know. Edit: yes, in some states there are jury trials for divorces. However, this particular case wasn't for the divorce but for a cause of action stemming from the divorce, marital property. It was a jury trial. Story 18. I am a public defender in an area with lots of methamphetamine use. Methamphetamine makes most people talk a lot. So I cannot tell you how many clients forget to mention that they got to the jail still high and called their mom, girlfriend, or buddy on the recorded jail phone and not only confessed to the crime but also brainstormed whatever alibi or version of events I am relying on to defend them. Edit. I am seeing this question a lot, so I will add some information here. This is not legal advice, just explaining things a bit more. Calls to a lawyer are privileged and generally go through dedicated lines that are not recorded, depending on the facility. Calls to family, friends, etc. through the normal phones are not privileged, are generally recorded, and can be used in court. There are usually printed signs near the phones and a recorded warning before each call that this is the case. Story 19. I heard of a guy trying to appeal his disability benefit being revoked. He was supposedly a paraplegic, but the opposition had over 10 minutes of video footage of him walking, running, and even jumping over a fence. After the 1-minute mark, the judge said, "Okay, I've seen enough. Please leave." Story 20. Credit card theft and fraud case. When I was a young lawyer back in the late 1980s, I was trying this guy on a credit card case, and the witness was the department store clerk. Before video surveillance, the state relied heavily on witness identification. As she described the customer that was purchasing the very unique clothing her store sold, I asked her how she could be so sure it was my client. She looked at my client, who was wearing the most obnoxiously yellow shirt imaginable, and said, Because not only does he completely match the description I just gave you, but he's wearing the exact same shirt I sold him. The jury convicted him, and I learned that day to better prepare my clients for trial. Story 1. Clean the house before going on vacation. It doesn't have to be a complete cleaning. Just do the dishes, tidy up the bathroom, and ensure the laundry is done. This preparation makes you appreciate the vacation more and is a significant gift to yourself when you return home. Story 2. If I am having a hard time absorbing information, I have to imagine explaining it to someone else who does not understand that sort of thing. I end up imagining whole scenarios and lessons, which makes the information stick much better than repeating it to myself. Story 3. Every few days, I check in on a different friend. I typically just send a simple, "How's it going?" with an article or image attached that I think they would find interesting. Most of the time, everyone is fine, but when someone is in a difficult situation, such as being in the hospital, going through a divorce, or moving across state lines and feeling worried, I'm glad I checked in. Story 4. Talk about people as if they have overheard you. It's not about being nice. It's the idea that even if I express frustration about someone, I want to at least be able to justify why I said it. I see too many people get caught up in venting and forget to check if they even believe what they're saying. It's a straightforward rule, but it eliminates much pointless internal drama and petty grudges. Story 5. If you don't address it now the way you desire, you will have to confront it later in a way you might not prefer. Story 6. Every time I see a child wearing glasses, I make it a point to say, "I really like your glasses." As a middle schooler who wore glasses for the first time, the level of self-consciousness I experienced was extreme. Even if only 1 out of every dozen children reacts positively, it is worth it to me. Story 7. Correct spelling and pronunciations of names show an effort to be respectful. It's rooted in the fact that many misspell my name, which tells me they don't think details matter, when detail is everything. Story 8. Say hello to the owner or greeter when I enter a store or shop, and say goodbye and thank you when I leave, even if no one hears or sees me do it. Story 9. Never take my anger out on other people. No matter how mad or upset someone makes me, I make sure not to direct it towards or take it out on anyone else. I was the person my father directed his anger towards, and it was miserable. Story 10. Adults must stand by their words. I am finished trying to read between the lines and guess at uncertainties. It saves a lot of energy. Story 11. When you are standing up to leave a place such as a restaurant, ride-sharing service, movie theater, or anywhere else, turn around and check your seat before you go. I have saved myself from losing many phones, sunglasses, umbrellas, and sweaters since I started doing this. Story 12. Trust your instincts. If something doesn't feel right, leave. If someone doesn't seem right, leave. Your intuition is valuable. If you feel a sense of unease, it's time to go. Story 13. Telling someone a kind compliment about themselves always brings a smile and brightens their day. Story 14. 2 is 1 and 1 is none. This applies to all consumables and essentials. Toilet paper, charging cables, nail clippers, and more. Related. Include one of every cable and toiletry in each bag. Story 15. When shopping, if a product is damaged, I turn it upside down. I am not sure if others see my signal, but I have done my part. Story 16. When life gets difficult, I allow myself an evening of pure wallowing. Ice cream, sobbing, the whole experience. Then I keep going. Some weeks require 3 wallowing evenings, but I continue pushing forward. Story 17. Just assume when you lend money that you won't get it back. If you do, then it's a pleasant surprise and that person earns bonus points. Story 18. Never drive directly behind a logging truck. To be fair, I assume many people follow this rule after watching a certain movie. Here, the logs are securely chained down and appear safe. Do I trust it? No. Story 19. Don't listen to anything your mind tells you after 10 p.m. My mental health isn't great, and I can really start to spiral sometimes if I stay up late. I tell myself this and go to bed, and it often feels better in the morning. Story 20. When I am feeling down, I shower, dress nicely, and go grab a coffee by myself. The confidence boost works wonders. Story 21. I am extremely forgetful, but if you don't live with me, you would never know it because I have a system that prevents me from forgetting when I think I might. I have a bag for every activity I regularly participate in. Everything I need is in there and remains there. If I know I will need something tomorrow, but for some reason can't put it in my bag now, I leave it somewhere I have to interact with before I leave the next morning, such as in front of the door or in the sink. My phone, keys, and wallet go in my pocket as soon as I put on pants and stay there until I go to bed. I avoid changing into sweatpants because I know I would walk out without my keys if I did. Anything I can't prepare for in advance gets a checklist. Story 22. Work does not exist outside office hours. My work phone gets switched off at the end of the day. I make a note of where I left off and come back to it the next day. Not only does this help me switch off, it also encourages me to address the reasons work tends to extend beyond office hours. I am now much more efficient, better at managing my workload, and more skilled at setting boundaries and expectations with others. It has become incredibly rare for me to need to work outside of core hours. Story 23. Your job should either make you happy or provide enough income for you to be happy outside of work, unless it is a certain way to progress your career in either direction. So, when I feel frustrated at a job, I ask myself if I am happy. Story 24. If you fall deeply and quickly for someone, check if your trauma is leading you into another unhealthy situation. Story 25. I don't believe in disrespecting people in their own homes. I have no idea why. If we're in your house and you are behaving poorly, I won't argue or fight with you. I will just leave. It's this strange principle ingrained in me that rejects treating people badly, even if it's well-deserved, in their own homes. Story 26. I will always trust my instincts, whether it's maintaining distance from someone who gives off strange vibes or avoiding a dark corner. Story 27. If I open the fridge and don't find anything good, I still check the pantry and then the fridge again, as if snacks magically respawn. Story 28. Avoid switching queues in the grocery store. The shorter line that seems appealing is often occupied by an elderly lady with multiple coupons and a checkbook. Story 29. All trips begin in the bathroom, whether you need to go or not. It doesn't matter if it's a cross-country road trip or a 5-minute jaunt to the gas station. I will at least attempt to pee first. Story 30. Okay, this is for everyone to hear, so please pay attention. You might be wrong. Rather than standing on a hill and defending it to the death, take a minute to think. What if your perspective is the wrong one? This concept has saved me many times. Story 31. Before ordering food, determine what you have on hand that you can cook in 10 to 15 minutes. This saves money, provides better nutrition, and delivers a hot meal with the flavors you prefer in the time it would take to go out, pick something up, and come home to eat. Plus, there are leftovers for the next day. Story 32. I believed I invented the idea of doing only one illegal thing or breaking one rule at a time. It was never explicitly told to me, but I internalized that concept early on. I then realized it was essentially a universal mantra for people who prefer not to get caught doing foolish things. Story 33. 2 points. 1. Compliments should stem from a person's choices or thoughts, not their genetics. The 5-minute rule. If a person cannot change something in 5 minutes, then we should refrain from commenting on it. Story 34. Always put the grocery cart back. It's a minimal effort. Try to be understanding and kind to everyone, even if you think you will never see them again. The less you say, the less you have to explain later. Give people your full attention when they talk to you. Don't put it down. Put it away. Story 35. If I get excited about something, it won't happen or it will be disappointing if it does. I have to convince myself that I really don't want something in order to succeed in getting it or enjoying it. It's actually quite messed up, but honestly, that's just how things have always turned out for me. I don't even watch movie trailers anymore because if I'm excited for the movie, it will disappoint me. Story 36. Whether you enjoy a book is often influenced by your state of mind as much as by the content of the book. Half of my top 10 books started out as did not finish or two-star reads. Story 37. Do the dishes as soon as possible. The longer they sit there, the harder it is to motivate yourself to finish them. If you do not want to do the dishes, do not cook something that requires a lot of dishes. This can be applied more broadly. Do not make a mess you are not prepared to clean up. It helps me not let things build up and get out of control. A less important principle is never break the seal, which I apply to games with microtransactions. Once I spend money on it once, I know I will be comfortable doing it again. So, I have a rule that I never do that. Another guideline is to only drink alcohol 2 nights a week at most, with vacation as an exception. Limit yourself to 1 sugary drink a day at most. Since implementing this, I do not even want soda anymore unless it is a good root beer. But 1 per day applies until the supply is gone, and most days I never have a sugary drink. Story 38. Pay off your credit cards in full every month. Use credit for everything to earn cashback bonuses. Story 39. I experience severe migraines that include brain fog. As a teenager, I began listing the colors around me to help refocus my mind. As an adult, I started using this technique to manage anxiety and overstimulation as well. I have since learned that I essentially developed a grounding technique on my own without realizing that therapists teach similar methods. Story 40. If someone crosses my mind a few times, I text them to say hello, especially if I haven't spoken to them in a while. Story 41. If you meet a friendly cat, pet it. There is no real consequence to this, other than you and the cat sharing a nice moment and the possibility of participating in the cat distribution system. Story 42. Take the clothes out of the washer, then shake and loosen them before putting them in the dryer. This will result in fewer wrinkles and quicker drying time. Story 43. I wash my hands as soon as I get home. It doesn't matter where I have been or what I have been doing. I wash my hands before I start touching anything in my house. I have done this for years, and since 2020, I have encouraged my partner to do it as well. Story 44. When you leave a voicemail, use the following script. Hi, this is name. My phone number is number. I'm calling regarding subject. Please call me back at your earliest convenience. Again, my number is number. It is important to provide your phone number early in the message and repeat it at the end. This gives the recipient 2 chances to hear it without having to listen to the entire message again. Story 45. If I am worried about something going randomly and catastrophically wrong, I might think, what if my car loses a wheel right now? Or what if I get struck by lightning? I will tell myself, well, now that I have thought about it, it is way less likely to happen. What are the odds that something crazy would happen and that I would be able to predict it beforehand? So far, I have never been proven wrong. Story 46. I am very selective about who I allow to sit around my table. You are defined by the company you keep, and if you do not aspire to be like the people surrounding you, then take your leave and find your own space. Story 47. Just let the person merge in. Who cares if they are being rude? You do not lose anything by allowing them to merge, but cutting them off will likely lead to something worse. It is okay to be the bigger person. Story 48. No dirty dishes in the sink. No excuses. You can wash while the pan is heating up, wash while it's simmering or coming to a boil. After the meal, as soon as the dishes touch the sink, take the 10 seconds to scrub them down and place them in the drying rack or dishwasher. This stems from childhood experiences of growing up in a hoarder house with many cockroaches around overnight. No dirty dishes. Story 49. Do not be afraid to speak up in meetings to challenge what you have just been told. I used to sit there and listen to the misleading information about the company and its work, knowing it was nonsense from our on-the-ground perspective. I became increasingly frustrated with my job, my manager, and the company. Once I started challenging issues in company meetings and becoming more assertive, I found I was much more confident in addressing important matters like health and safety or orders from supervisors to do things against policy that could result in termination. Previously, I would have just complied and then felt frustrated and angry. I have a better relationship with my manager now, as talking to him has shown me he feels pressure to convey the narratives he receives from upper management. He is as much a victim of misleading information as we are, and colleagues have expressed that they feel the same and have thanked me for speaking out. I now enjoy my job because I call out misleading information when I see or hear it. Story 50. Babies need hats. Hot outside? The baby needs a sun hat. Cold? Needs a beanie. Lovely day? It needs an accessory. This was my mom's rule, and to this day, anytime I see a baby out in public with its fuzzy head on display, I hear my mom's voice as she whispered disapprovingly through her teeth. That baby needs a hat. I apologize if I upset any parents. It's a lighthearted rule I have as someone who will never have kids. It's my personal joke judgment in memory of my late mom, not a rule I think you or your children need to follow. Story 51. I always tell myself I will just rest my eyes for 5 minutes, then wake up 2 hours later in a completely different dimension wondering what day it is, where I am, and why my phone is at 2% for no reason. Story 52. If I drop a snack on the floor but it lands right side up, it is still spiritually clean. The 5-second rule does not apply to the bottom if the universe protected the top. Story 53. I always drive with the utmost etiquette for semi-trucks. If I see they are trying to change lanes and my overtaking could impede them, I blink my lights and hold back. They have a hard job and are largely underappreciated. Story 54. When you are within 5 miles of your job, drive and behave your best. I have been cut off multiple times by superiors who drive recklessly. I definitely thought about expressing my frustration before accidentally following them to the office. Story 55. I noticed in my early teens over 50 years ago that when I started feeling down or depressed, 2 things would predictably help: vigorous exercise and helping someone else. Story 56. Compliment people I encounter. For example, when speaking to a person in a store, I might say, "I like your shoes. Your hair looks great." Or, "I love the paint job on your truck." Story 57. My fantasies need to be with fictional characters. I have no idea why, but imagining a real person makes me feel bad for them. So before starting, I always need to create an imaginary girlfriend. Story 58. Always tell the truth and only lie when you are in a life or death situation. There is no reason to keep track of lies because I live that way, and let me tell you, so many people lie. It's terrifying. Story 59. Smaller and vulnerable individuals tend to walk furthest away from the road, while stronger individuals stay closer to it. I never noticed this behavior until my ex-husband pointed it out one day. Now, I observe that many people do the same, but it doesn't seem to be a conscious or learned decision. Story 60. Do not attribute to malice what can be adequately attributed to ignorance. If someone does something that could be seen as mean, can it be explained by their lack of understanding? If yes, then that is the most likely reason for their actions. Story 61. After opening a pop can, I turn the tab slightly to the left, just pointing northwest. This helps me identify my specific drink immediately, and the tab is less floppy this way. Story 62. If a chore, cleaning something up, or putting it back in its place takes less than 60 seconds, do it immediately. For example, a jacket can be hung up instead of tossed on a chair, an empty bottle can be placed in the trash, a plate can go into the dishwasher instead of being left on the coffee table, and a toilet paper roll can be replaced. It's right there in front of you, and it takes less than a minute. You don't have to set aside time for it, and it prevents tasks from accumulating into larger ones later on. Story 63. If you are debating whether to do something one last time, don't do it. This realization started after one last run while snowboarding left me with my collarbone protruding from my shoulder. I began to understand that those one last time moments rarely live up to the good feelings I experienced during the internal debate. That is usually when things go wrong. Now, if I am feeling really good at the end of whatever I am doing, I simply take that good feeling and leave. Story 64. If I don't need to separate, I will always shake eggs very well when cooking. There was a Mickey Mouse comic where Mickey was an incredibly talented television chef, and everyone tried to replicate his recipes, but they never tasted the same. Mickey said the magic lies in how you prepare the dish and how you feel while cooking, and shaking eggs was one important step. Story 65. I would prefer someone to be honest with me than to deceive me. Even if I do not like what they say, I will thank them for their honesty and let them know I respect them for it. This has surprised a few people, but they think more highly of me for accepting their truth. I have never had a negative reaction to what I say in response, and it often diffuses the situation. Story 66. Always invest in high-quality cling film or plastic wrap. Kind regards, someone who has previously bought cheap versions and continued to struggle with them instead of throwing them in the trash. Story 67. To apologize promptly when I have wronged someone. To give people the benefit of the doubt. To avoid stressing over things I cannot control. Story 68. Do not change lanes or merge in front of any car unless you can see both their headlights in the rearview mirror. Story 69. Wash your hair first. Leave the conditioner in until you are finished with the shower, then rinse it out. It feels like it needs that extra time to work effectively. Story 70. I never wear matching socks. It's bad luck. It's just a small way to oppose an unjustified need for symmetry. Story 71. Walking on the right side of the hallway is important. I try to teach my students to do this, but it can be a struggle. Story 72. I go through life assuming I'm being recorded and that it's possible the recording could be made public. This mindset prevents me from being unkind, even when I'm alone, and stops me from saying mean or gossiping things about others behind their backs. While I still have negative thoughts about people or their actions at times, by assuming I'm being recorded, I only express things I can defend to that person's face if necessary. This approach helps me remain honest, kind, and less petty, and it gives me confidence when speaking to people I may not particularly like. I also don't worry when I'm actually being recorded, such as by a security camera or doorbell camera, because I am already in the habit of assuming I'm being recorded. Story 73. Your personal dignity is priceless. Tell the truth even if it hurts you. Act like you think people will like you, even if you are unsure. You are not hungry. You are bored or anxious. Protect your lower back. Do not be afraid of confrontation. Some of the most valuable information about a person is how far they are willing to escalate things. Story 74. If you wouldn't want it to happen to you, don't do it to others. Never cheat somebody out of their rights. If it's theirs, it's theirs. Even if it's something as small as a pen or paper. Story 75. Assume positive intent. Not because I'm naive, especially when bad intent is obvious, but in situations where someone may be inconsiderate, lazy, passive-aggressive, or genuine, it isn't clear. Why worry about their motives? It takes less mental energy to just assume positive intent and act accordingly. For example, if a colleague makes the same mistake repeatedly that you have to correct, why dwell on whether it is intentional or simply lazy? Just talk to them and assume positive intent. You might say, I noticed that you inadvertently overlooked filling in a part of the spreadsheet I rely on for my analysis. Can I show you where it is and where to find the information so that I don't have to bother you again? Story 76. When making a round-trip journey to the store, never return via the exact same path you originally took if there is any alternative. Life can feel dull and repetitive. I will sacrifice efficiency for the sake of variety and take side streets and longer routes just to mix things up. This often baffles my passengers. Story 77. I have been self-employed for about 20 years. One of the first rules I made for myself was to start work at 9 a.m. I still begin around 9 on most days, even if I don't have much to do, like today. Story 78. The rule of threes. There are 3 seasons: hot, warm, and cold. There are 3 types of music: the tunes you like, the tunes you don't like, and the tunes you tolerate. There are 3 generations: mine, older, and younger. There are 3 relationship statuses: married, single, or not being truthful about it. Story 79. I compliment the important people in my life as frequently as possible without it sounding excessive or like a joke. They certainly do not get enough compliments otherwise. Story 80. The reboot rule. When you feel like everyone hates you, sleep. When you feel like you hate everyone, eat. When you feel like you hate yourself, shower. Story 81. Wash my hands before touching my genitals to urinate. You get one pleasure stick, so take care of it. During that same trip or any other trip to a public restroom, use a paper towel to open the door. You would be surprised how many people do not wash their hands afterwards. Story 82. Just be kind. That's it. That's all. I used to be a difficult person. I was tough for the sake of being tough. I was right for the sake of being right. I interrupted people when they spoke. My favorite topic was myself. I teased people jokingly. I was in a toxic relationship where we were both terrible to each other. I was angry all the time, always the victim, and on my 32nd birthday, I found myself celebrating alone and without friends. I sat there for a long time and tried to understand what had happened. My first thought was that then I realized I was the common denominator in this situation. That's when I changed pretty much everything. I stopped watching a certain negative news channel. I started making an effort to be kind to people. It was hard to relearn how to argue, disagree, or even have conversations, but I persisted, using online advice forums to learn how. I identified my own toxic behavior and worked to address it, trying to remove the root so it never grew back. The biggest change I made was spending time with many people whose views I did not agree with. I listened to feminists, people with addiction issues, progressives, individuals from diverse backgrounds, those who had lost everything, musicians who disliked the government, and people who chanted against systemic injustice. Took time, but I don't even recognize the person I was in my 20s. I dislike that version of myself. Being kinder has had the most significant impact on my life, more than anything else, including college or landing that dream job. Thanks a bunch for sticking around till the end of the video. Remember to subscribe, and until next time, stay awesome and goodbye. Story 1. For almost a year, being broke has been challenging. You find yourself stuck in misery. At least having a job serves as a distraction. Story 2. I was a freelancer for 11 years. It was challenging. Then I got a full-time job for a year. It was great. I was laid off 2 weeks ago due to tariffs, and I am back to being unemployed. It is not a good feeling by any measure. Story 3. I am currently unemployed following my boxing career and do not have an income. I deliver food on my motorcycle during rush hours in an attempt to pay my bills. I am financially struggling, but I have never felt better. Story 4. Yes, it is both the best and the worst. I have a degree and nearly a decade of experience when COVID-19 and the post-pandemic period hit. I sold everything I owned, moved into my car, and worked for a ride-sharing service for 2 years. It was a survivable experience. I felt the most freedom I ever had in my life regarding time and mental health, but I was also the most financially vulnerable I had ever been. I sacrificed a lot to do this, and it gave me time to reflect on what I truly wanted, who I really am as a person, and what I should do about it. It's quite stimulating to find yourself voluntarily at rock bottom. You see all of your options clearly and can build a life plan from scratch. However, you also observe your old friends and family, notice how they are doing, and realize that you are very far behind them socioeconomically. I recommend this journey, but it is very dangerous if you remain in this position for a long time. I spent the first 33 years of my life with background anxiety, existential dread, and unclear goals. I lived without a permanent home for 2 years with minimal responsibilities and goals, and I managed to move back to a better situation. I haven't had any anxiety attacks, toxic thoughts, or self-sabotaging choices in years. Of course, I did not have a spouse, partner, children, or any other commitments, so I was able to be as self-focused as I wanted during this time. Everyone goes through their own journey of enlightenment in different ways. Mine just happened to be based on living like a nomad. Story 5. It was one of the best times of my life. I had been working nonstop for years and saved a lot of money. Everyone was acting as if it were the end of the world because of my layoff. I finally had time for myself. Story 6. I graduated from university during a recession and remained unemployed for 7 or 8 years, with some volunteer work, freelancing, and part-time limited hours jobs scattered throughout that time. I felt bad enough that no one wanted to employ me, but the people I interacted with while claiming unemployment benefits made it even worse. I was disabled, a young graduate doing everything I could, and they still resented my existence. It is difficult, it truly is. Keep your chin up. Story 7. I was evicted from my apartment and couldn't find housing. It became really difficult to stay presentable and I lost my job. I remained homeless and, with the exception of a few short temporary jobs, jobless for years. It's a cycle. You feel useless and unproductive, and the longer you stay that way, the harder it becomes to be useful and productive again. The cycle broke when an old friend offered me a job and a place to shower regularly. Now I live with roommates in a beautiful house and work as much as I can. Story 8. I am currently going through it and it is very boring. You are obviously broke, and it is very unpleasant. Story 9. 5 years were challenging. Living off monthly government checks while applying for jobs without any success was frustrating. Story 10. I will break the pattern of the Puritan work ethic on display in this thread and admit that it was the most personally productive time of my life. Being broke and lonely made it impossible to continue, but I have never finished so many projects in such a short period of time before or since. Being self-motivated helps. Reintegration into productive society requires significant capacity for cognitive dissonance that others seem well accustomed to. Story 11. I was unemployed for a whole year, living off what I had saved. I have to tell you, that was the way we were meant to live. I wasn't without income during that time. I did odd jobs here and there on a whim, rested from years of wear and tear, engaged in every hobby I have, and learned many new skills while socializing a lot. I'm not rich by any means. I saved up money over the course of a couple of years specifically so I could do this. I knew I needed a break from the daily grind. It got me thinking, this is pretty much how truly wealthy people live. They attend a few meetings now and then, but most of their days are spent doing whatever they feel like, and their mental and physical health benefits from it. We're not meant to do menial work for upwards of 10 hours a day every day with a short break on the weekend, whether it's physically or mentally taxing. We're not built for this. We're supposed to have much more personal time than we currently have. Story 12. Currently unemployed for 20 months. I am living off my savings and have about another 9 months before I have to start withdrawing from my retirement. Assuming there is anything left given the current administration's economic issues. I am also trying to keep my home. I look for jobs, apply, hear nothing back, or am told I am either overqualified, underqualified, not good enough, or seen as undesirable because I have been unemployed for so long. Working wherever I can find may provide some income, but it usually isn't enough to live on. Yet it is often too much and causes me to lose benefits like Medicaid or food assistance. Some days I feel hopeful when I find a position that would be a perfect fit, and other days I feel like giving up, but I love my nephews and nieces too much to act on those feelings. I am frustrated because I worked hard for 30 years to reach this point, received excellent employee evaluations, and built a great reputation. I know I have contributed to the success of companies, yet through no fault of my own, I am at risk of losing everything. Story 13. There is always a way to make money. Just understand that your job does not define your worth. That is the rat race exerting its control over you. Story 14. The first few weeks are hopeful. Then it starts to drag. Every bit of unemployment and every dollar you had saved runs out. You begin to feel depressed and wish that the jobs you apply to would simply inform you of their decision instead of leaving you without any response. When you finally do get a job, as soon as the excitement fades, you almost immediately fall ill from being around new people and their germs. I would not recommend this experience. Story 15. I'm approaching a year since my life changed significantly. I experienced a challenging series of events. The company I was working for was sold. I became seriously ill, and I had to withdraw my retirement savings to support myself. I'm grateful to be alive, but it still feels unsettling to have been out of work for this long. Story 16. I had to quit my job to take care of my terminally ill wife. This has significantly impacted my resume, and I am working to get back on my feet. Story 17. A couple of years ago, it was rough at first, but I got used to it. Breaking the routine of the weekly work schedule was strange. I began to realize how I had been trained as a child to be controlled and manipulated in school, essentially to please bosses and managers. It is unpleasant. Now I am self-employed and do just enough work to pay my bills. Story 18. I actually loved it. There are many ways to make money here that do not require a full-time role. I prefer to save the majority of my earnings by working really hard for a few months and then living without a job for other months. It is absolutely worth it. It also helps that I do not spend money in the typical way, which allows my savings to last longer. Story 19. For 16 years it was pretty good, but I had to go to school, which was challenging. I think kindergarten was probably the easiest year. Story 20. Yes, I have been off long-term sick for just over 5 years. I didn't feel much about it, but sadly, I was judged a few times by people I knew. How's work going? Was an awkward question from family. Story 21. It was a miserable experience. In the mid-2000s, there was a jobless recovery, and individuals with 10 to 15 years of experience were applying for lower-level jobs. Those with 2 to 5 years of experience were being crowded out. I was unemployed for nearly a year. I felt worthless. I felt like I was outside of society. It was the worst moment I have ever experienced. Story 22. I was laid off from my job in May 2021. My soulmate and husband passed away that same year, a month earlier on April 21st, 2021. It was a difficult year for me, and I remained out of work for the rest of 2021. Fortunately, I had my family and friends to help me through it. Ironically, I was recently laid off again on March 27, 2025, but I have secured another job. Story 23. I usually go about 2 to 3 months when I find myself out of work, and it's been several times. 2006, 2017, and now 2024, each lasting 2 to 3 months. In January 2024, I placed an ad on my local subreddit seeking any work, anything to do, and any pay with the assumption that I wouldn't be there long. I ended up being a carpenter's apprentice for over 2 months, then landed a job in my field again. It was the best experience I have had in a decade or more. Story 24. After I was laid off, I was unemployed for 2 weeks, and it felt like an eternity because I was very broke. I was off work for medical reasons for 6 weeks recently but was still being paid. It was a dream. I didn't want to go back. Story 25. Helpless and without stability. I don't think people understand that being able to work is a privilege. It can be frustrating when you can't work but are expected to find a solution. Story 26. It was fun the first few months when I had my savings to help pay the bills and put food on the table. It was less fun in the later months when those savings were starting to run out. Story 27. Absolutely horrible. Your self-esteem plummets. Being concerned or scared about money is very stressful, and your life feels very restricted. Story 28. I was mostly unemployed for about 10 months after leaving my profession. I could not find replacement work, only managing to do some substitute teaching. I applied to dozens of jobs but heard nothing. It was the lowest point of my life. Eventually, in need of cash, I started washing dishes, which I did for about 2 years before returning to my field. Story 29. Yes, for 6 years. I went back to school at 28, completed my undergraduate degree, got married, and started a family during that time. I was laid off during the last major recession and couldn't find a job after 6 months of searching. That's why I decided to return to school. It was challenging being an older, broke college student, but I'm glad I did it, as it led me to my successful career today. Ultimately, it's not about the obstacle itself, like not having a job, but how you navigate it. Story 30. It has been 5 years now, but I am disabled and unable to work. It is stressful, to say the least, and hunger lingers, but I suppose you learn to appreciate things more. If I find 25 cents on the ground, I would be happy. Story 31. Thank you. I am disabled and try to work all the time, but it never seems to work out. Every Friday, like clockwork, I have seizures. I'm in my 30s and want to have at least a part-time job, but I am still struggling with my health. Story 32. I was unemployed from March 2020 to January 2022, which was the longest period of unemployment while not actively attending college. I loved it. Although I became a little restless, I found plenty to do. I enjoy being home and having the freedom to do what I want. I am immunocompromised, And after being laid off just before the COVID-19 shutdowns in the United States, my doctor advised me to lay low until a vaccine became available. Turned out to be a nice, long vacation. Story 33. I have been unemployed since September. First, I was fine and decided to take a couple of months off. Later, I found myself needing to address some issues in my mind, and now I'm dealing with depression that I'm trying to overcome. Story 34. The longest I have been unemployed was from mid-May 2021 to July 2021. It was a peaceful time for me. I had just left a job that was negatively affecting my mental, physical, and emotional well-being. Story 35. The best time of my life was when I played pickleball every day. I felt like the retirees who play there at 8 a.m. and noon. I was unemployed for 4 months. Story 36. It's great until the money runs out. Then you realize that having fun isn't always cheap, and you need to take steps to maintain the lifestyle you desire. I've never gotten myself into debt, but I have certainly spent a significant portion of my savings. Story 37. I was unemployed from 2010 to 2015, which left me severely depressed. It was demoralizing and significantly hindered my personal development. Even when I finally found work, I was a freelancer until 2022. People often say that comparison is the thief of joy, as if that magically solves everything, but it is disheartening to see all of my peers getting their own places, settling down, and starting families while I am in my 30s and still living in my family home. Story 38. I was unemployed for a year and a half. I wouldn't be here today if I hadn't had my cousins letting me live with them. It was a literal lifesaver. I was becoming a worsening alcoholic at my last place, consuming 10 to 15 beers a night, going to work, hating everything there, coming home, turning on the game, and repeating the cycle. I had to get out of there. So when my cousins let me stay with them, I can't express how grateful I am. They also helped me get a new car, well, new to me at least. Story 39. An old friend of mine went 3 or 4 years without a job in his early 20s. He was miserable, had no money, and no working car, which meant he couldn't do anything. He was completely reliant on his friends to go anywhere or do anything. To his credit, he never took advantage of us, but his quality of life was terrible. He was horribly depressed the entire time. Work is challenging, but it's better than the alternative, in my opinion. Story 40. I took 1.5 years off work, during which I received unemployment benefits and saved a significant amount from my career. Next month, I will start a new job and am looking forward to it, although I enjoyed my time off. In 2017, I took a similar break for 5 months and traveled around Southeast Asia for 2 months. Story 41. Not enjoyable. Your mind can lead you to believe the worst. Self-worth and value decrease significantly, and it can feel like no one can help you. Story 42. For over a year, I was thankful to have freelance work to fall back on, but it was one of the worst times of my life, comparable to losing my father to cancer. It is often underestimated how much we tie our self-worth to work in our society. Being unemployed can feel like being invisible, worthless, and disconnected. Story 43. Getting another job has made me more miserable and is seriously damaging my health. But whatever, right? Story 44. I have been on this journey for over a year. 7 months ago, I was finally diagnosed and medicated for attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, which made me start to enjoy being alive again. Unfortunately, this realization led me to understand that I was being abused at home, and I needed to find alternative living arrangements, which was really difficult. 3 months later, I am finally feeling safe for the first time in my life. All of my energy was spent surviving, and I couldn't even think about working. However, being idle made me miserable, which only worsened my situation. I guess this means I am finally healing. I have 2 interviews this Friday. Story 45. I was laid off and spent 3 months enjoying my time unemployed. After that, I started applying for jobs and practicing my technical skills, but it was a major downturn in the job market for my industry, and I struggled to find a job for the next 8 months. Those 8 months were mentally tough for me, although I had a nice amount of savings to help me through. It still affected me financially to deplete so much of it, and even now I feel many steps behind my original pace regarding my financial security. Buying a house will certainly not happen for a while longer. Story 46. In 2010, I faced challenges while being single and without children, relying on extended unemployment benefits, which did not feel great. However, I have been working consistently since then, almost 8 years with my current company, where I am in a union trade and get hired out of the union hall. Despite the difficulties I encountered in 2010, things have definitely improved. Now, as a married individual with children, unemployment benefits will not suffice long-term. Story 47. I work seasonally and take 8 months off. It's amazing to actually have time and energy to see friends and family, pursue hobbies, sleep, and rest. Story 48. 10 months had passed, but I received a decent separation package. I was also taking on side work. However, my kids were younger and it weighed heavily on me. There were times when I would be driving, look in the mirror, and say to myself, I don't have a job. Story 49. I have a job where I can earn people's full salaries in 6 months quite easily. It is common to experience layoffs for a couple of months each year when you start. These are the best months of my life. Story 50. I am disabled. I went from being a workaholic to not being able to take care of myself. A social worker told me to apply for benefits last week. I have never felt more useless or depressed in my life. Story 51. My wife was laid off in a difficult way in November 2023. I knew it was the beginning of a downturn in Canada and figured she might be out of work for approximately 6 to 8 months. Given the labor market was unfavorable. It has been 18 months. She has felt incredibly dejected. I support her when I can, but I know at times it goes in one ear and out the other. Story 52. Back in 2010 and 2011, it was one of the worst years of my life. Luckily, I had family to stay with, but having no money meant I had no choice but to stay home all day and look for work. I would get a weekly ride to the library and check out several books to pass the time. No one was hiring in my area. This was before the ride-sharing and food delivery services became popular, so they could not be a source of income. Story 53. I was unemployed for 2 years after my industry collapsed. It felt like I was a ghost, invisible to the world, sending out countless resumes. Then I freelanced for very little pay and gradually rebuilt my career. Now, I am grateful for the resilience it instilled in me. Survival teaches lessons that success never can. Story 54. I have experience in both standard employment and freelancing. Personally, I prefer freelancing. I manage stress well. Although it is not always enjoyable living paycheck to paycheck and constantly searching for clients and projects, it can be rewarding. In many ways, I feel much more in control of my life and time. Story 55. Almost a year. First, it was nice. My job closed, so I received some money for the first few months because it was their fault. The summer, since I was let go in May, was a blast. I had money for doing nothing and was free the whole summer. It was great. But then everyone I knew returned to their jobs or studies around September, and I felt so bored. I began to feel bad, like I wasn't contributing to society. I applied for jobs but didn't get any because I hadn't attended university. The deadline for applying to university had passed as well, so I had to wait about 4 months to apply for the next semester. I felt unaccomplished and like a freeloader. Story 56. From 2011 to 2013, I came very close to committing suicide. I struggled to support myself, and my friends constantly had to help me out financially. It was a tough situation. Story 57. It was a difficult time for me. I left a job because the hours were overwhelming without having another opportunity lined up. Shortly after, I broke my right fibula while skateboarding and didn't have a job until about 2 months ago. This all began around June of last year. Story 58. One company closed, and the other was bought out just before COVID-19, resulting in my position being eliminated. Both times I was out of work for a couple of years. I had plenty of savings, so we were fine. My wife still worked, so we had insurance. I spent a lot of time with my children, volunteering at school and coaching sports. It was a good time. Story 59. It depends on whether it's your choice, such as taking a gap year, having savings, or traveling. or not your choice, such as being unable to find a job or being broke. The first choice feels pretty amazing. Yes, it can be boring, but it feels like this is what life is all about if you take advantage of it and don't just lie in bed all day. The second scenario feels debilitating, and my stomach drops just thinking about it. It is especially difficult for people with no support from family and friends. It's unsettling to be anxious about your next meal. Story 60. In the last 4 years, I have been unemployed twice. The first time was after a move while finishing school, and the second time was after being let go during a round of layoffs. Both periods of unemployment lasted longer than 6 months and were extremely stressful. I applied for unemployment insurance, and my family supported me, but being without an income for that long was terrifying. I applied to 5 to 15 jobs on average every day, and it still took me 6 months to find work. This happened twice. I now strive to be the best person on my team to avoid any possible reason for a layoff, and I still worry about unforeseen layoffs or cuts to my industry. Story 61. I lost a significant amount of weight, which was a relief because I was starving. I learned that you really don't need much food to get by, just the basics. However, that's not good for your health. It's interesting how you stop craving things when you're completely broke. You just need sustenance. Thanks to my friends, I managed to keep a roof over my head, but it was only by a slim margin. I present myself well, so probably no one knew how close I was to being homeless. Story 62. About a year ago, it feels depressing. You find ways to keep yourself busy, like cleaning and organizing. Watching your bank account slowly dwindle makes you unsure if you'll have enough next month. I would not recommend this experience. Story 63. I was a stay-at-home mom for 12 years. I was definitely working, and I adore my kids, but it can be an intensely lonely experience, and I felt depressed at times. I started working as a paraprofessional a few years ago. I'm not exactly making a lot of money, but I have discovered a deep passion for working with children with special needs. It's been a transformative experience for me. I hope you are doing well. Story 64. I was unemployed for close to a year. After 10 months, I was able to get a new job, but it was terrible. You really start to feel it, and I'm not one for the idea that the universe gives you what you put out, but it's hard to get hired when you feel so depressed and down on yourself. I'm in my mid-40s now, and other than that one stretch back when I was around 25, I've never left a job without having another lined up. When I switch jobs, my new employers always say they loved my confidence in the job interview. I realized that when I was unemployed, I had no confidence and I probably bombed every single job interview because I came across as really sad. I remember specifically going to one job interview during a blizzard. I had called to see if they could reschedule because it was a 40-minute drive. When they said no, I made it there despite the weather. It turns out I was the only one who made it through the snow, so I thought, this is a sure thing. Nope, they rescheduled everyone else's interviews, and I had gotten the interview through a recruiter who was equally frustrated with me. During this time, I was fortunate enough to move back in with my parents. I had always gotten along with them well enough, but not this time. Even though this was around 2005, my dad still thought I was supposed to be walking around with a resume in my hand, going into buildings and asking to talk to the managers. At one point, I became so depressed and hated being home that I got a job at a local movie theater. They hired me on the spot. My dad was so upset with me, saying something along the lines of, "You have a $200,000 college degree. You're not working nights for minimum wage." Story 65. It took me a long time to find a job after finishing university in a small town in Eastern Europe. I went to interviews but received only promises or very low salaries. Finally, I met a woman who was dating a friend of mine. While we were having lunch, she mentioned that she was getting ready to interview some workers, so I asked if they needed an assistant. I worked there for 7 years and loved the people and the environment. I left after my son was diagnosed with autism. However, thanks to my experience there, I found a remote job with better pay. I did spend 4 years between these jobs. Story 66. The most ironic thing about being broke is that the emotional stress makes you crave a drink, but you cannot even afford one. Story 67. Does COVID count? I started working when I was 15 and never stopped until COVID hit when I was 21. At first, it was fun, especially since the government relief benefit was more than I was making hourly. Then it became less fun. I actually went out and tried to get jobs because I was very bored. I accidentally ended up with 3 jobs at once. Story 68. I just took 4 months off from middle to upper management for most of my adult life, and I genuinely realized the beauty of being happy and living within my means. I have an extensive resume in business, but I am currently applying for jobs that make me happy. I took the leap, and it is beautiful. Story 69. 4 months last year were the best 4 months of the last 25 years of my life. There were no alarms, no commute, and no forced socialization with people I do not like. It was amazing. Story 70. I was caught off guard by a moving box from a previous employee. I had a unique skill set that my coworkers and my intended replacement did not possess. I was unemployed in 2008 and did not find a job for 11 months. My former boss even called me to return and train my replacement, but I politely declined. That former company closed 18 months later, and my former boss was let go soon after. Our parent organization was clearly ineffective, so I feel I avoided a negative situation. Story 71. A few times for 2 to 3 months, I felt miserable and stressed about everything because everything costs money. I had to rely on my savings for a car to get to work so I could eat while I submitted dozens of applications, receiving only 4 responses in 1 interview. I found myself extremely irritable and constantly arguing with my partner about the expense of everything. I wouldn't wish this experience on anyone who has to support themselves. Story 72. I lost my job during COVID-19. We had unemployment stimulus and I received a good severance package. It was still a difficult time, and I empathize with anyone in that situation. Job searching is particularly challenging when it is necessary. When you must find a job, you tend to compromise much more on your requirements for the next position. As someone who was single and without children, I also feel for those in similar circumstances. Story 73. I miss meeting new people and the excitement of sparking a genuine connection with a stranger whom I will likely never see again. I don't speak the language of my new home very well yet, so it is incredibly hard to make friends. Story 74. Years after finishing school, life wasn't as simple as finding a job at a nearby store. It was interview after interview, surviving until the next government assistance, mentally deteriorating and feeling useless, often dwelling on dark thoughts. It took the arrival of COVID-19 and a halt to immigration for me to finally secure a real full-time job. Life is better now, but occasional memories of those dark times still surface when I lie in bed before sleeping. Story 75. I was out of work for 6 months. 3 months were planned, and even with a supportive partner who kept a roof over my head, it was stressful and depressing. We got a puppy, which is why the 3 months off were planned. I worked for a high school, so I knew I would be out of work during the summer months. What I didn't know was that unemployment benefits would be denied. Having my dog saved my sanity. It gave me a reason to get up early every day, and training him became my full-time job. I was also finishing my prerequisites for nursing school, which provided some structure in my life during the first 3 months. Once summer ended, I had completed my prerequisites, and when the bad weather set in, it became really hard. I was battling unemployment for benefits, trying to find a job, and figuring out how I would pay for nursing school once I was accepted. Being without a job for 6 months showed me how much I need structure and purpose. I definitely need money too, but the lack of a sense of contribution had the greatest impact on my mental health. Story 76. For 3 months, I was a single dad with 5 kids, which was very challenging. This was in the early 2000s when tough man contests in bars were popular. I participated in every one for 3 months. The prize money ranged from $250 to $500. My kids motivated me. They never noticed a difference or knew that I wasn't working. Story 77. Oh, absolutely. For nearly a year after getting married and moving to a new city, I was living the dream. Best phase of my life, hands down. But then, sitting alone at home became unexciting quickly. So, I decided to rejoin the world and started working again this January. because, boredom is the ultimate motivator. Story 78. The United States is based on hustle culture, so there is a stigma attached to being unemployed. Can make you feel inadequate. Anyone new you meet asks what you do, and people who know you are unemployed often inquire if you have found a job and give unhelpful suggestions. The reality is that, post-COVID, most people either have experience with being laid off or know others who do, and many are struggling to find new employment, which is taking longer. The toll on your mental and physical health is significant. As a short-term contractor who is always looking for work, here are my tips, in no particular order. 1. Keep a routine. Wake up and go to bed at the same time, take a shower, and leave the house every day. If you have a laptop, make finding a job your job. Dedicate up to 3 hours each day to actively search for work. Target your applications and leverage any professional networks. I recommend the public library for this. There is usually one nearby where you can use free Wi-Fi without having to purchase anything. Get outside every day. Maintain a 5-day work schedule, avoiding work on weekends to keep that time for yourself. Staying optimistic can be challenging as you watch your bank account dwindle. It's important to remain proactive. While I won't say everything always works out, because that's simply not true, it can help to stay positive. Keep a routine and make it a point to go outside every day, rain or shine, especially if you live alone. During my first significant unemployment stretch, I obtained a motorcycle license through a local community college, which provided bikes and helmets. In another stretch, I completed my last 9 credits and earned my degree. In yet another, I pursued a drone license. It may be difficult to see, but if there are activities you have always wanted to try, particularly those that are free, like visiting museums or zoos, or using resources like 3D printers or metal detectors at the public library, consider checking some items off your list. Good luck. The mental aspect can be the toughest. Story 79. Yes, about a year in a recession years ago when I was around 21, I was made redundant. After getting a new job, I was made redundant again less than a year later. I felt really low. I lived with my parents, but they still wanted their contribution from my benefits. I also had car insurance, catalog payments, a credit card, and an overdraft. I just couldn't get by. It was really miserable being broke. Eventually, I got a Christmas job in a bookshop, so I arranged with the bank to not take all my wages for the overdraft. After that, there were no jobs available. A few months later, after having my driving license for 3 years, I got a taxi license and drove my dad's cab when he wasn't using it. He was also struggling financially, so he paid me hourly just under the threshold for tax and national insurance contributions. I worked 6.5 days a week to pay off my debts and finally have some money for myself. I got married and had a baby. By then, my dad was doing better, so he bought a car for me to use after maternity leave, and I was able to keep what I earned, just paying him rent. Times can be tough. It taught me not to accumulate debt, to save for what I want, and to work hard. I did have another office job later, but I was made redundant 3 years later. I changed jobs, got made redundant again 3 months later, and finally decided to return to self-employment. I just don't trust other people. What was the question? I got lost in reminiscing. Story 80. I was let go in December, and I have been studying to improve my skills. I believe that working on my skills has helped me maintain a positive attitude. Story 81. The 2008 crash lasted about 9 months. It was an incredible time. I collected unemployment and spent most of my time flying, fishing, and camping by rivers. This experience changed my perspective on life and revealed the true nature of the rat race. Story 82. It is awful and dehumanizing. Living with abusive parents makes it even more difficult. I had to save every single coin or bill I had just to get by. Story 83. The longest time was 6 months, split into 4 months, 2 weeks, and 6 weeks. It was fantastic. I received supplemental pay at 70% of my base salary, and it was before corporate inflation really took off. It was essentially a 6-month vacation, and after working 6 days a week for years, it was greatly appreciated. I am aware of how fortunate I am and make sure not to take it for granted. Story 84. For nearly a decade, I struggled with depression, which made it increasingly difficult to find employment. The lack of a job only worsened my situation. Story 85. 6 weeks out of work after surgery. Boredom really set in after about 2 weeks. My friends were not around since they all had jobs. Story 86. For me, it was right when I had my first child. I mostly work in information technology contracting. I was working a full-time position as a data analyst when a new contracting opportunity came my way. Everything was ready to go. The statement of work was signed, and the purchase order was agreed upon with the agency. The last thing needed was one signature. It was guaranteed, but that guarantee fell through. This opportunity would have been amazing, and I left my job for it because the return it would have provided for my family was significant. I then found myself out of work for a year. I applied to almost 30,000 positions during that time and received very few responses, maybe 4 interviews. Despite my certifications and experience, it seemed to mean nothing. I recently secured another information technology contract that pays reasonably well, and they plan to transition me to a full-time position with a substantial raise, ensuring I can work on multiple projects for clients. This would be incredible if it materializes, but I'm not holding my breath. I'm poised to transition from this contract to another shortly thereafter. Since December, the job market for contracting has significantly improved, which is a relief. What did I learn from all of this? Don't trust anyone for anything, even if they are close friends or family. The moment you enter an office or log into your email, you are no longer family. You are coworkers, even in a family business. Story 87. I have been unemployed for 4 months, 6 months, and 9 months since graduating from college. The 9-month period was uneventful as it was right after college. Being frugal during this time was normal. The 6-month period was noteworthy because I worked for a technology company that shut down. They provided us with a 6-month retention bonus to stay until the end, making it also somewhat unremarkable. The 4-month period was recent and felt dreadful because, as an adult with debt, car payments, and rent, I felt trapped. Story 88. I was very young and collected unemployment for about 8 months. I loved it, but I was only 19 and had no major expenses. Story 89. Going through it now, and it is frustrating how companies and recruiters show no respect for your time. They ghost you after multiple interviews. It has been almost 9 months, and the issue of these ridiculous case studies continues, with no good opportunities lined up. Story 90. I worked from 12 to 51, until health forced me to retire. I never missed a day unless I was in a hospital. Story 91. I got fired from my job. I was young, on my own with a mortgage and car payments, and I had no emergency fund. I had to ask my parents for money and came very close to losing my condo. A year later, I have a decent paying job and everything is settled. Despite it taking a long time to get hired, it does get better. You just have to keep looking. It's all you can do. It took me about 7 months to find a new job. Story 92. I was unemployed for about a year, from November 2017 to August 2018. I applied to around 300 jobs, had 1 interview, and didn't secure a job until my sister helped me get a position at the factory where she worked in quality assurance. It was difficult. I felt severely depressed, alone, and like a failure. Story 93. I am 66 years old and self-employed, but I prefer to call it involuntarily semi-retired. Yesterday, I applied for a job for which I meet all the qualifications. I do not expect any response again. Story 94. I feel bored, anxious, frustrated, and depressed from not hearing back after my resume submission and interview. I have been told that I am a great candidate, but I am considered too close to retirement age. Story 95. I guess unemployment hits differently when you're not American. Here you receive a good amount of money, usually based on a certain percentage of your average salary since your last period of unemployment. So, if you earned 3,000 euros a month, you receive 2,000 euros a month in unemployment benefits. Typically, it lasts for as long as you have previously been employed. My last period of unemployment lasted 7 months. It was great. I took some time for myself, figured out what I wanted to do, and enjoyed life. I returned to full-time freelancing after 3 months and was thankfully allowed to continue receiving benefits during that time, since I was already a freelancer during my previous employment. It was considered a continuation of an existing activity. This was my third time being unemployed in the past 17 years. Each time lasted between a few months to a year, and each time was fairly pleasant. However, if I do nothing for too long, I feel a lack of purpose. Story 96. My partner has been unemployed for over a year. It breaks my heart because she is so smart and motivated that any employer would be lucky to have her. Do you have any advice on how I can help her or any job search strategies that have worked for you? Story 97. I was fired in 2002 and was unemployed for about 2 years. It was difficult because I had to move back home after being independent for a decade. It was a significant blow to my ego. Fortunately, the unemployment office sided with me, but it was still a challenging experience. Story 98. It was the worst 6 months of my life, and I had some pretty bad experiences before that. I contemplated suicide on multiple occasions during that time. I wanted to take advantage of the newfound free time I had to do things I had been wanting to do while employed, but I was just too depressed and didn't have any money. In the end, unemployment cost me about $20,000, so I now keep that as a bare minimum in my emergency fund. In a way, it was a friendship litmus test. I lost a number of friends during that time, but the ones who stood by me and made sure I didn't harm myself are now my best and closest friends. Story 99. For a bit more than a year, it was enjoyable to game all day. However, over time, I wanted to pursue my own interests and become financially independent. During this period, I was living at home and felt quite guilty that my dad had to cover my expenses while I was just relaxing and gaming. Story 100. In total, it has been about a year, and I was feeling somewhere in the middle. Don't get me wrong, I usually hate work, but at least it provided a steady paycheck. It's pleasant to be able to wake up whenever, but then you realize you can't actually do anything because unemployment only pays a fraction of what you were previously making. It becomes nothing but hanging out at home and applying for jobs for hours on end, just to receive the disappointing "thank you for your consideration" emails. Not to mention figuring out how to pay for medication or dental treatment, feeling bad because you can't take your spouse out, and the constant worries that your resume gap is getting bigger by the day. Long story short, when I have a job, I want to be unemployed. But when I'm unemployed, I want a job. Story 101. After I got out of the Air Force, the following 6 months were rough. I felt like I couldn't provide for my family the way I was supposed to. It was a difficult time. Story 102. The longest I have been unemployed was 2 months. I was laid off from my factory job due to a virus that affected our products. Story 103. I was unemployed for about 11 months. 4 of those months, I was hired for a job and waiting for paperwork to process with no start date in sight. That was excruciating, but it was a major career move, so it was worth the wait. I had to immerse myself in activities. I started journaling extensively and worked on personal projects since I am a photographer. I did anything I could think of to make ends meet, from flipping items on online marketplaces to freelancing and donating plasma. I sold everything I possibly could and depleted all my savings. I had a family to support, so the stress was intense. We made it, but it's an experience I hope to never go through again. Story 104. I have been unemployed for a little over a year now. It is miserable, especially after working at the same company for almost 18 years. Thankfully, the severance package was generous and is helping me stay afloat. The worst part is not having that daily routine. Story 105. Going on 4 months. It's tough. The worst part is receiving auto-replies or responses that make no sense from companies you apply to, not to mention those filled with spelling and grammar issues. Story 106. For 8 months after the Great Recession and for 7 months more recently after the increased interest rates affected my industry, I felt miserable and hopeless both times. I was worried about money, and I had internalized the societal viewpoint that one's value is determined by their job and earnings. I rallied each time and felt scrappy and optimistic about finding a new job, but after hundreds of applications and rejections, things fell apart. Eventually, things turned around, but it is not an experience I want to repeat, especially as an older worker now. Story 107. I was unemployed for 6 months when my industry, film, was on strike. It was terrible. It ended a young but promising relationship, strained several friendships, and affected my family. The self-doubt was overwhelming. I have always tied my identity to my career and success, so this situation severely impacted my self-esteem. I thought I had backup options, but my backup was technology, which was also experiencing massive layoffs at the time. However, the interesting part came after the film industry returned, and I started working again 1.5 years ago. I made numerous lifestyle changes during that period, and they continued to be enforced. I began working 80 to 100 hours a week and have basically maintained that schedule ever since. I transitioned into another career and have been working there part-time, but I now worry about the stability of that career option. I feel the need to develop new skills to prevent this situation from happening to me again. The short-term effects of unemployment were financial and physical, but the long-term impact cannot be underestimated. Story 108. I took about a year off in 2021 and had a great time. I had an extremely high-stress job that paid ridiculously well. Eventually, the stress became overwhelming, and the golden handcuffs lost their appeal, so I quit on the spot one morning. I spent a couple of months traveling and spending time with family, staying up late, playing video games, and having fun. I had some kids and spent 6 months at home with them. I was planning to take another year off, but one night I had too much to drink and applied for a dream job. To my surprise, I got the job. Now I work for a great company that pays even more than my last job but requires less than half the effort. Honestly, quitting on the spot was probably one of the best decisions I ever made. It also taught me to have a healthy respect for work-life boundaries and to understand that work problems can stay at work. Thanks a bunch for sticking around till the end of the video. Remember to subscribe, and until next time, stay awesome and goodbye. Story 1. We got into a conflict while he was driving, and he pulled some questionable driving maneuvers to show me how angry I had made him. Story 2. Started collecting illegal weapons like brass knuckles and switchblades, and discussed what he would do to hurt others with these weapons. He received an assault charge 2 weeks after we broke up. Story 3. Changing his personality drastically when he was with his friends. He was loving and romantic in private, but would be disrespectful in front of his friends, treating women as if they were there to serve him. He was full of human values with his family, particularly regarding gay rights since his uncle is gay, yet he was the first to laugh and tell homophobic jokes with his friends. Story 4. They were yelling at me that they were the catch in the relationship. All I was dealing with was raising an adult who hoards, mistreats 2 cats, refuses to work, and funds smoking habits with payday loans. Story 5. We were discussing the potential of getting married, where we would live, having children, and our values. She said, "You know that when it comes to the house, you have no say, right? The woman is responsible for decorating and furniture, and you have no say." I asked her if she was joking, and she said no. I replied, "So you expect me just to pay for everything while you do whatever you want with the money?" She smiled and said, "Yup." I responded, "You might get away with that with the past guys you dated, but that's not me. I will have a say in everything. This is a marriage, not a dictatorship. So if you really feel that way, maybe we shouldn't be together." Just to be clear, that wasn't the cause of the breakup, but it was one major area of contention where she clearly thought she could dominate the marriage and expect me to be her financial support. Story 6. In university, I had a friend who passed away tragically and unexpectedly. She had a crush on me, which made my girlfriend at the time jealous. Upon hearing the news, my girlfriend's response was not one of sympathy or grief, but rather smug indifference and enjoyment of my misfortune. It was entirely awful. Story 7. They stifled open communication with me when they realized that sometimes solving problems takes more than just saying, "I didn't like that," or giving a look. It turned into burying conversations that needed to happen. I recognized this on some level but tolerated it far longer than I should have. Never again. Story 8. He played a game on his phone while I expressed my struggles with mental health and self-care. I didn't truly have a wake-up call until I stayed at his place for 2 weeks with my cat while I was very sick with a mysterious illness that lasted about 4 months. He didn't clean at all during my stay, allowing dishes to pile up and surfaces to become sticky and grimy. One night, I became so frustrated that I spent the early hours deep cleaning the kitchen, only taking breaks to be sick from the illness. When he noticed my efforts in the morning, his only response was, "I don't know why you chose to clean the kitchen. My room is messy, eh? And I would have slept right through it." Story 9. I was willing to be open to polyamory, but I had yet to heal my anxious attachment. The main motivator for the relationship seemed to be her sexual needs. Story 10. Sent her meal back on our first 3 dates. She drank too much and spoke condescendingly to the waitstaff on the third and final date. Story 11. I was with a man who used drugs for 15 years. He never did anything for me and claimed I never did anything for him besides give him money. I spent 5 days with him for our 15-year anniversary. Before I left, while he was under the influence, he said, "You know why I use drugs? To deal with people like you." I returned home and never had anything to do with him again. That was 2 years ago. Story 12. You're not going to get fat like your mother, are you? Said my high school boyfriend of 2 years after we went to college. Took me a week to break up with him after that comment. Story 13. I started dating him 10 years ago when I was 47. I am still dating him, but I have discovered that he is incredibly financially irresponsible. He lives with me in my paid-off home, but I will never legally tie myself to him, even though I love him. Story 14. Refused to grow up. He was incredibly immature, like a toddler who had only watched South Park and would say the most inappropriate things in public without caring who was nearby. He would not take accountability for his actions, instead blaming his past trauma for his behavior. It is important to note that he was 30 years old and had not experienced any abuse since he was 15, giving him 15 years to address his issues and mature. During the first 3 years of the relationship, I planned my entire future with him. Marriage, a house, children. However, over time, especially after the 3rd year, those dreams faded as I began to see who he truly was. Story 15. She told me that if she ever decided to get married, I could show up at the wedding to tease her. Well, I guess you don't see any long-term plans for us now, do you? Story 16. He cried because the maid was on vacation and he had to wash his own sneakers. That hurt me inside. Story 17. We live 3 hours apart. When they accepted a new job after discussing cohabitation, I realized they weren't serious. I decided that we could take our time. Then they kept a friend with benefits in the picture and another guy from a dating site. We briefly broke up, and you can guess who was back immediately. Forget her. Story 18. I realized how strongly her feelings were for the opposing political party, and knowing that this would eventually come to a head, I ended things before it could get chaotic. Another situation was quite literally crazy. I had already been looking for a way out. She started talking to a man who approached me with screenshots, so I ended things and cut all contact. She sent a few emails, but I blocked those as well. Story 19. I had a bad reaction to antibiotics and ended up in the hospital. I drove myself there and back home. They spent the next 3 days on a binge with friends, each day saying they would be home that night, only to come up with excuses like their ride had already left. Their reasoning was that there was nothing they could do, so did I expect them to just sit there and stare at me? There were no apologies, nothing. In that moment, I realized they would never be someone I could count on in a serious situation. Story 20. I yelled at my best friend and gave her the silent treatment, just as he had done to me so many times during our nearly 5-year relationship. After that, I couldn't imagine getting married without feeling a sick sense of dread. It has been more than a year since I ended our relationship, and I haven't looked back since. Story 21. He became very comfortable expressing his homophobia. Once, I asked him what he would do if our son came out as gay, and he confidently said, "My son won't be gay. I'll raise him right." Story 22. I once explained to him, "Yes, sometimes I ask for a ride home because I want to spend a little time with you on a busy day." He was shocked by the fact that I enjoyed spending time with him, which made me consider what he actually thought our relationship was and how poorly he viewed me. Story 23. We were together from 1986 to 2014. After our daughter was born, he began to change into someone else, resembling a low-budget version of Archie Bunker or Ralph Cramden. This girl is not anyone's house pet. I work and I earn. It's time to move on from outdated nonsense. Story 24. Date 2. I picked her up at her house. She was practicing writing her married name. It was our second date. Story 25. He embarrassed me. He often got irrationally angry over trivial matters, attempting to display a tough guy persona that I found cringeworthy. I encouraged him to be himself. He talked about wanting to confront others over minor disrespect or inconveniences and even yelled at and mistreated his mother. He didn't invest any time in my interests. He was very materialistic, constantly worried about his shoes creasing or getting dog hair on his clothes. He couldn't communicate effectively, clean up after himself, or manage his life. He forgot multiple important events and responsibilities and never seemed to learn better habits. He would only bring up issues during arguments, never proactively. He became defensive and refused to apologize if he disagreed with my concerns, which meant he rarely apologized because he believed he was never in the wrong. He made verbally abusive comments, calling me names and constantly interrupting me. He never trusted my input or guidance. He was unreliable, failing to follow through on promises and sometimes gaslighting me about things he had just said. There's much more, but I could go on indefinitely. Story 26. He treated his autistic sister poorly, humiliated his transgender sister, and made a cute house look like a messy room. On top of that, his excuse was that because his mother was famous, he considered himself the victim. Story 27. When we went on holiday, I asked my daughter, who is 10 years old, to take a photo of me. He reacted strangely about having his picture taken and told my daughter that I only wanted the photo because I wanted men to be involved. He would often disappear and not come home, constantly stare at other girls while we were out together. And when we went on another holiday, he started taking my belongings because he was drunk. He threatened my children and left me in a very isolated place. I could continue listing these issues. Story 28. Transphobia in a gay relationship can be challenging. Later, I found out they had transitioned after we broke up, which made me realize that the phobia was likely projection. It also helped me understand that they were not my person at that time. Story 29. After a few months of being relatively normal, it became clear that she was jealous, suspicious, and very clingy. She tried to assert herself regarding my female friends, which I have always had. She grew resentful when I spent time with my male friends. She also implied that if we stayed together, we would inevitably move to her home country of Japan, and I would end up working for her father, who was a successful entrepreneur. Story 30. I regularly drank and drove. Took me a while to realize the consequences. Took me too long to get rid of the troublesome individual, but I knew it wouldn't last. I cannot stand drunk drivers. They disgust me. Story 31. I got drunk and said I don't love him. I'm just obsessed with him. I screamed that I hit him when I didn't, and then he grinned at me with an evil twinkle in his eye because he knew my brother and housemate were home. He tried to leave with a bottle of whiskey, and when I took it away and locked him out, he banged on the front door screaming to give him back his drink. Nothing has been the same since then, and our relationship spiraled into chaos. Story 32. He, a 31-year-old man, picked up a 19-year-old troubled girl and brought her to his house. He stepped aside to tell me he was going to sleep. Sometime between their arrival at his house and his sending me a goodnight message, he gave her alcohol, took a donut, and made himself aroused to send me a picture of his anatomy in the donut. After leading me to believe he was asleep, he confessed to her that he was attracted to her. He claims she wasn't in the room when he got aroused for the donut picture and that he only told her that because she was having body image issues and he wanted to be a good friend. He only came clean because I found out he would block her before we met up and unblock her when he left, and she was aware of this. He tried to convince me that he didn't sleep with her by admitting he slept with her mother. I swear this is true. He is my ex now. Story 33. He cheated on me twice, lied to me, and stole from me despite my help. He currently owes me $30,000 and does not contribute to any bills. He uses me as if I were an ATM, a free meal, and a free place to stay. He has ghosted me 4 times at the beginning of our relationship. He refuses to mature and talks down to me despite me being the successful and mature one. He was diagnosed with bipolar disorder last year but does not take it seriously as I do. He has held the idea of marriage over my head for 3 years, knowing that I was misled for 9 years before that. Story 34. His anxiety became overwhelming, and he felt stressed about starting a new job. He decided to remove me from his life while he dealt with his issues, not wanting me to be a source of support. He then acted as if I had never been in his life whenever we crossed paths. There was a time when I would have helped him if he had asked, but now I never want to see him again. Story 35. It would be quite sad to try to convince someone, wouldn't it? We decided yes, but years later he decided no. I have cried and felt unworthy. I think with this very question that I am the one who doesn't want to be married. Story 36. He was so intoxicated that he accidentally walked into my dad's bedroom instead of the bathroom in the middle of the night and started urinating. He was naked and completely unconscious. Story 37. We played Cards Against Humanity, and his sense of humor was not great. He found the silliest things funny. I had overlooked some of the silly content he shared online, but ultimately, his humor was very different from mine, and humor is essential to me. He seemed to be a genuinely kind man, albeit not very clever. It felt like a shallow reason, but he assaulted me when I ended the relationship, so I definitely avoided a bad situation there. Story 38. When we discussed marriage, he insisted on getting me a gold ring with a diamond solitaire. I never wear gold, and I'm not fond of diamonds. He argued that his friends, family, and colleagues would think less of him if I wasn't wearing a large sparkly ring on my hand. In that moment, I realized I wasn't a person to him. I was an acquisition he could show off. Our relationship didn't last much longer after the last big argument when he exclaimed, "You were going to wear it, and you were going to like it." A decade later, the man I was dating called me from a jewelry store, excited. They had beautiful titanium ring blanks, and he had chosen a gorgeous semi-precious moonstone, along with a few garnets, my sentimental favorite, to accompany it. He asked if I could come by to see if I approved because he didn't want to buy something I would dislike. Story 39. He told me that his mom confessed to him that she might be an alcoholic. His reaction was to tell her she didn't have a problem and that she just had a hard job and needed to drink to unwind after work. As someone who grew up with enabling parents who had addictions, I knew that his response to her admitting she had a problem wouldn't work for me. He's a good man, but I need someone with whom we can hold each other accountable, especially as I struggle with my addiction. Story 40. They said it was their life dream to move to New York and asked me to move there with them. I told them how much rent was and the income requirements. I said they better get their degree so we can do it. They claimed they would never be able to afford to live there and just gave up that easily. Keep in mind, this is a young person who had everything at their fingertips, including a free ride to many different degrees because their father is a high-ranking individual at a prestigious university. They earned their bachelor's degree for free. They had opportunities but didn't want to put in the effort. They also stated that they would never get plastic surgery and had a strong stance against it because of the cost. I told them we shouldn't be together then because I had already undergone procedures multiple times and wasn't going to stop just because they were uncomfortable with the cost. I believe in working hard. I'm not okay with being with anyone who makes me feel like it's wrong to do the things I can afford to do. As long as I can afford to take care of myself, the last thing I need is a partner trying to tell me I shouldn't spend any money on myself, especially when they turn around and ask me to spend it on them. It's my money. They're not entitled to it. Story 41. Tried to guilt me into spending several $1,000s on a vacation. Their family had money and decided to take a spur-of-the-moment international vacation. All of her expenses would be paid by the family, but I would be out at least $5,000. Technically, I had the money, but I was working 50 hours a week while she was working maybe 15. I was saving for our future. She went no contact while on the vacation, which made it pretty clear it wasn't going to work. She had just finished college, and the deal was that when she finished school and started her career, I would take a part-time job and go back to college. Less than a month later, she met someone else. In fairness, he was a better man in most respects, and they got married. She hurt me deeply, but that's life. Story 42. During a fight, someone spat in my face. Later, it became apparent that, for cultural reasons, they did not realize how inappropriate that was. This happened some years ago, and I had hoped we could work through it. I am still here, but I feel stuck in a limbo. I don't see how we could ever reach marriage, but I am not ready to lose everything I would if I ended the relationship. Story 43. Sexual compatibility is extremely important. My ex and I were going through an elongated dry spell, having sex only once every 4 or 5 weeks, sometimes even 7 weeks. I kept talking to her about it, and she kept saying that we would work on it, but it felt like every time we discussed the issue, it only got worse. She became entirely uninterested in having any kind of sexual contact with me, and even when we did have sex, it was just disappointing maintenance sex. Eventually, I even stopped trying to initiate. One day, while we were watching a show together during dinner, one of the characters mentioned to his friend, "My wife and I are going through a rough patch. We're down to having sex twice a week." The punchline was meant to indicate that the couple had sex far more than twice a week, and even when they were fighting, they were still having sex at least twice. My ex spat her food out and laughed. Then she looked at me and said, "Sex twice a week? I can't even imagine. I could never." That's when I knew our relationship was over. During the first few years of our relationship, we had a lot of sex, at least a few times a week. Then, around year 6, it started to become less frequent. I expected the frequency to decrease, but I communicated that twice a week would be my preference. I would have settled for once a week. She said she would try, but she couldn't promise anything. It didn't matter what I did. How many chores I took off her hands, vacations I planned for us, or anything to help her relax and make her life easier. She gave up on sex. Her saying she couldn't imagine having more sex really made me sad because she didn't have to imagine. All she needed to do was remember. We broke up soon after. I told her I hadn't signed up for a sexless long-term relationship. Months later, she came back, asking me to take her back, saying she hadn't realized how important sex was to our relationship. I told her we had that conversation far too many times over those 3 years, and I had been clear about my needs. There was no way she didn't know. Story 44. Threatened to take my dog, drive far away, and drop her off in the middle of nowhere so she would be lost. I knew we had to get out. He had always been difficult, but this was extreme. Story 45. One guy pouted when I beat him at a board game. Another never left the house and smoked cannabis all day and night. A third had issues with drugs and alcoholism. The fourth cursed at me, called me names, and always tried to tear me down. Now I feel down about my disappointing exes. Story 46. He was unwilling to distance himself from his family. He continued to live at home, worked for the family business, and made no effort to be independent by the age of 28. Story 47. He talked about his brother's pregnant wife and criticized her appearance. She was 8 months pregnant and had a noticeable baby bump. It was an inappropriate and untrue comment to make. Thanks a bunch for sticking around till the end of the video. Remember to subscribe, and until next time, stay awesome and goodbye. Story 1. During the pandemic, I randomly picked up Animal Crossing after never playing it before or doing much on my children's Switch aside from the occasional Mario Kart. I logged 695 hours on my beautiful island. I swear it got me through some rough times. I know that's not much compared to some here, but for a 40-year-old mom of 3 and a non-gamer, it was a lot. Story 2. I have spent months playing Skyrim. The dragons and endless quests kept me hooked. Don't even get me started on Minecraft. I would spend entire weekends building elaborate castles. Story 3. The average full-time job is 2,080 hours for the year. I mention this because I have spent several years working on the Elder Scrolls games. Story 4. World of Warcraft, approximately 8,000 hours of playtime. Hearthstone, an extensive amount of playtime with 4 golden heroes. Minecraft, extensive playtime. Counter-Strike, over 4,000 hours. Realm of the Mad God, over 4,000 hours. Terraria, over 1,000 hours. Civilization 6, over 1,000 hours. I apologize for not having a way to confess this. Story 5. EverQuest. There's a reason they call it Evercrack. Dark Age of Camelot. Star Siege. Tribes. Those were good times. Story 6. Months? If a game isn't enjoyable for a few years, it's not worth considering. Story 7. Ultima Online has been a part of my life for 27 years, and I still play regularly with a group of friends. It's one of the few games where latency isn't a major issue, allowing me to enjoy playing with people from diverse backgrounds, including 2 players from Italy, 2 from Germany, a few from Turkey, 1 from Scotland, 1 from Brazil, 1 from Argentina, and several from the United States and Canada. Story 8. Baldur's Gate 1 and 2. I spent thousands of hours on each. I have only spent about 80 hours on Baldur's Gate 3 so far. I just don't do marathon gaming sessions anymore. Story 9. Cities, Skylines, The Sims, Minecraft, Skyrim, The Elder Scrolls Online, and Tetris probably would take over a year. I have been playing them in various forms for about 30 years. It was one of the few games we had for Game Boy when I was a kid, and it was a family favorite. My mom would definitely have the highest time spent playing among us all. Story 10. KSP. Especially now that I have volumetric clouds and amazing visual modifications. I haven't built anything new in almost a year. I just hop on the game and fly around in one of my pre-built vehicles for fun. Story 11. I argued with someone online on PlayStation and checked his profile, which showed 6,600 hours in Fortnite. Story 12. So far, I have spent over 1,000 hours on the Dawn of War 2 series, and I am approaching the 1,000 hour mark in Mechabellum. Story 13. I enjoy playing Pokemon, Minecraft, and Fortnite because I like a little action. Also, there is a Star Wars event in Fortnite tomorrow, so that's going to be a lot of fun. Story 14. Morrowind is my forever game. I have been playing it on and off since 2004, when I was around 11 years old. I am now 32. It's been many years spent in Vardenfell. Story 15. I am a jumper, abandoning the game for seasons. However, I have been playing Realm of the Mad God since it was a flash game on Congregate around 2011. Story 16. Months? Battlefield 4. Jetting, helicoptering, sniping, laser marking, dropping supply crates on campers, and off-road driving. Story 17. Madden and Basketball General Manager. I played the games for such an extended period that they had to literally end my franchises. Story 18. I used to build levels for multi-user dungeons. I spent all my free time either creating levels or playing them. I lost a lot of time to them. This is the reason I never played World of Warcraft. I no longer play games that don't have an end. Story 19. Elden Ring and its current progress indicate that Clair Obscur Expedition 33 will have a replay every few months. Story 20. Not sure if it counts compared to everyone else's answers, but I have just over 2,000 hours in Power Wash Simulator. Story 21. World of Tanks. I was a commander of a top 100 clan for about 9 years, and now I am a member of a top 20 clan. Story 22. Civilization 1 to 4 has probably been around for years now. I actually rebuilt an old computer just so I could keep playing it, at least in single-player mode. We spent many hours day after day playing Mortal Kombat, Super Mario, and Toe Jam and Earl back in the day. Story 23. Until this last year, I would have answered the International Federation of Association Football. Now I switch it up occasionally, but I have been enjoying Fortnite with my girlfriend. Story 24. Guild Wars 2, Legend of Dragoon, Mega Man Battle Network series, mostly because I get lost in the dungeons, Skyrim, Fallout, New Vegas, Need for Speed. Underground 2, took me a while to figure out how to achieve 100%. Terraria, Grand Theft Auto Online, Far Cry 6, Tales of Vesperia, still love that game. Favorite of the series, The Legend of Zelda, Breath of the Wild, The Legend of Zelda, Tears of the Kingdom, Shin Megami Tensei 4. Apocalypse, Conception 2, Super Smash Bros. Melee, Vampire Survivors, Valheim. Story 25. Pokemon and the Monster Hunter series. It's been years since I played either of them, but they were great experiences. Story 26. 42 minutes. Roller Coaster Tycoon, Command and Conquer, StarCraft, Warcraft, World of Warcraft, EverQuest 2, Counter-Strike, Team Fortress, Day of Defeat, Left 4 Dead, Diablo 2, and Need for Speed Underground. There are many more, but that's just a quick look at the nostalgia archives. Story 27, Pokemon, probably the most hours spent on Crystal or Heart Gold. Zelda, The Sims, Harvest Moon 64, Rest in Peace, Junior High, and Fallout. Story 28, EVE Online is no longer of interest. More recently, I played Death Stranding, achieving maximum accomplishments 3 times on 2 platforms with a total of 5 playthroughs. Story 29, I spent 3 years playing Sea of Thieves exclusively. That game hooked me like no other. I became highly skilled at player versus player combat, which is unusual for me, as I'm typically not that great in competitive settings. It's the only game that inspired me to genuinely strive to be the best. While I didn't reach that goal, I did manage to defeat some of the top players in the game's competitive tournaments. I fell a bit short, but I was ultimately content with my progress. Story 30, Roller Coaster Tycoon. Even if you asked me this when I was 10 years old, it would be the same. I have spent more time on that game than any other, except maybe Mario Kart for the Nintendo DS. Story 31, Skyrim, Minecraft, The Witcher 3, The Sims, Black Desert Online, Dark Souls. I love gaming. There are just too many games to name. Story 32, PlanetSide and PlanetSide 2. I likely had a month or 2 of playtime across all characters before the official servers shut down. In the second game, I have 6 characters, varying from about 30 days played at the lowest to my most played character with just over a year of playtime. It was free to play, ran on my old laptop, and I had a lot of downtime between tasks with a large group of friends playing it for years. It's also around 12 years old and still active, so half an hour 5 days a week really adds up. Story 33, I'm old. I played the Baldur's Gate series, Age of Empires, and Rogue during the 1970s for days, along with various adventure games from that time. Story 34, I played this nearly constantly. Back then, there was nothing like it. Being able to play a cooperative game with other people and communicate with them in a private team chat was incredible. Half-Life, Half-Life 2, and then Counter-Strike. Unreal Tournament. Nowadays, Grand Theft Auto 5. Story 35. I have put in over 2,700 hours since launch. It would be more, but I started working a lot of overtime last year. Story 36. Skyrim, Fallout 4, Mass Effect Trilogy, Masters of Orion 2, Sid Meier's Alpha Centauri, Open Transport Tycoon Deluxe, SimCity 2000. Story 37. I spent 4,000 hours on RuneScape in high school, on and off. I learned how to read market trends, avoid scams, and manage my time better. I made many good friends, but also some deplorable enemies. Did I have a good time? Absolutely. Would I go back? No. RuneScape, I will see you in therapy. Story 38. Assassin's Creed Valhalla. I have been trying to achieve platinum status in the game and its expansions. It is the largest Assassin's Creed game ever made, consisting of 5 different world maps and 2 expansions. I have invested over 100 hours easily. Story 39. I played Final Fantasy VII while living in Japan, but I hadn't mastered the language yet. There's a plot quest in the middle that requires you to go up a ramp in a junkyard after the game has become open world. I used pre-game guides and walkthroughs available from 1997. I spent weeks just wandering and leveling up until I stumbled across the stage entrance. I encountered the same issue with Resident Evil, where I stalled out because I wasn't literate enough at the time. Story 40. Final Fantasy Tactics, all max and side quests. Final Fantasy VII, I was addicted to Chocobo racing and mastered Materia. Parasite Eve, played 77 times for alternate ending. Final Fantasy X, all side quests. Final Fantasy XI Online, over 3,400 days. Silent Hill series, Fatal Frame series. The worst was SimCity and SimCity 3000. Story 41. The Sims series across all its different iterations had a significant impact on me in the past. I especially enjoyed designing houses. Story 42. Sid Meier's Alpha Centauri. God help me, I would be up until sunrise and then have to work at 8 a.m. I would spend half my day thinking of the moves to make when I got back to playing it again as soon as I got home. It was like a drug to me. I had to actually put the disc in my firebox. Story 43, Minecraft, Cities, Skylines, The Sims, Star Wars, Battlefront 2, Grand Theft Auto 5. If we're just picking a single game and not franchises, then I have about 6,000 hours in Cities. Skylines 1 compared to my 1,200 hours in Cities. Skylines 2. I'm not sure if I played The Sims 2 or The Sims 3 more, but it's one of the two. However, none of them come close to Minecraft. I haven't played much recently until a couple of weeks ago with my crush, who wanted me to play Sky Factory with her. From 2009 to around 2016, I was genuinely playing on average about 7 hours every day. On busy days, I'd only play an hour or two. On days off, I'd play all night. Either way, I was playing daily. Sometimes I'd go a full weekend without proper sleep. I would come home from school, play until I couldn't keep my eyes open, take a quick nap, and then get back to it. I probably hated Mondays more than Garfield when I was a teen, but I did it to myself with my intense Minecraft obsession. I also thought it would be amusing to mention that I'd watch live streams from Minecon every year and, no joke, cry because I wanted to be there so badly. Story 44. In the mid-2000s, I was unemployed and very depressed. Then Mass Effect came. It literally saved my life and gave me a purpose to keep going. I am genuinely alive today thanks to that game. During that time, I spent a solid 8 months applying to every job I saw while maintaining my sanity through saving the galaxy. I cannot recommend this series enough. Story 45. Destiny. Just over 6,000 hours over 10 years. A bittersweet ending, filled with a lifetime of amazing memories with friends. Story 46. Diablo 3. Sid Meier's Pirates. Civilization. Alpha Centauri. Recently re-downloaded from GOG. The Elder Scrolls series from Arena to Skyrim Anniversary Edition. Fallout 4. My husband is the main Fallout fan in the house and has been playing since the first game. I always favored the Elder Scrolls until Fallout 4 was released. Dragon Age I-4, Starfield, Munchkin Digital, Talisman, Hoyle card games from the original release to the latest version I have on my computer. Wizardry series starting from the first game. Might and Magic I-8, The World of Xen. Dungeons and Dragons Gold Box series. Ultima Online and Asheron's Call. Both from the beta until all the twinks drained the fun out of them for me. Those two are the reason I no longer play massively multiplayer online role-playing games. I know there are more, but those are the only ones I can recall tonight. Story 47. Forza Horizon 4. I think I'm closing in on 6,500 hours since it launched back in 2018. COVID-19 was a wild time. I easily spent half of those hours in just over an 18-month span. Story 48. I have been playing Fortnite from the very beginning, for about 8 years now. The same goes for Rocket League, which I started playing when it became free-to-play. Story 49. Fallout 3 and 4. I've spent more time in the wasteland than in my career and college, probably. I wish I could get back into it like that, but I have kids now, and I'm sober. Ah, the good old days. I guess it will just be memory lane for now. Story 50. Dumb economic simulators nobody else plays. Capitalism Labs and Wall Street Radar. I credit Capitalism Labs for helping me start in manufacturing, logistics, and product development. Now, I own 3 manufacturing facilities. Story 51. More than 1 month that I can remember. World of Warcraft, Wizard 101, Pirate 101, Summoner's War, Pokemon various versions, Spyro, different console versions, Animal Crossing, Neopets from my childhood, Guild Wars, Dofus, Phobies. Story 52. World of Warships. There is so much geometry, strategy, and clever tactics one can take on the board. It includes both big-picture strategic plan movement and intense, heart-pounding dodging of torpedoes and high-explosive shells. The game features excellent music, culture, and pin-up sailor characters, along with a splash of anime. This Halloween artwork is impressive. There is history and vocabulary to learn, along with calculations for damage per minute and angle of penetration that you perform in your head quickly. There is a catalog of information including armor layouts, armor thickness, speed, detection range, and other factors that can turn you into an effective player against those who lack knowledge. The ranked season, especially the older ones, can be incredibly frustrating, often leaving you wishing for a competent team. Have I mentioned the phenomenal artwork? The game also includes spaceships. I haven't played the game in months, yet I could still promote it. I dislike how much time I have invested in that game, I dislike how skilled I am at it, and I should really log back in to collect some free rewards and continue to lose more time. That account is worth thousands, possibly $10,000. I have a ship called the Benham, which is extremely rare and unique. I know the Atego better than I know my childhood bicycle. My Kurfürst has filed a restraining order for harassment and abuse. I'm expressing my thoughts. It is a challenging experience and I crave more. Story 53. Does Magic the Gathering count? Even if it's just Arena, it would still count. Story 54. Dota 2 took years of my life and all it gave me was trust issues and carpal tunnel. Still queuing, though. Story 55. Phantasy Star Online for the Dreamcast, version 2 of the game, and then when it came out for the GameCube. Story 56. Minecraft, I think I have spent 3 times as much time playing it compared to my next highest game. I will keep playing until I die. Story 57. Pen and Paper Dungeons and Dragons. 15,000 to 18,000 hours. XCOM 2. 2,230 hours, according to Steam. Baldur's Gate 3. 1,600 hours. Story 58. PC. Commandos Behind Enemy Lines. Command and Conquer. Yuri's Revenge. Age of Empires. Counter-Strike. Just Cause 3. Grand Theft Auto. San Andreas. FIFA 2009. Sega games, Bomberman, Soccer, etc. Mobile. Call of Duty. Payday. Clash Royale. Story 59. World of Warcraft. Diablo 3. RimWorld. Cities. Skylines, Borderlands, Fallout 3 and Fallout. New Vegas. The Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind and The Elder Scrolls 4. Oblivion. Story 60. Definitely Path of Exile. I already have around 4,000 hours in, considering I only started playing during the trial of the Ancestors League. My numbers are small compared to others, though. Story 61. Years? Webkins. A Childhood. Assassin's Creed. Black Flag took me a long time because I didn't get to play often. Skyrim, Fortnite, Gears of War. Then the classics like Battlefront 2. My brother and I spent a summer exclusively playing that. Edit. How could I forget Minecraft? That's been ongoing for about 10 years. Story 62. I have completed 2.5 months in Rust across platforms. I would have more time, but I often get bored and frequently change the games I play. I have around 800 games, so it takes a while to cycle back to them. I can no longer sit and play on my PC for hours without discomfort, so I stopped playing on Steam. Rust on console, which I played from the closed beta, became increasingly disappointing and broken with each update due to the lack of improvement from the developers. I stopped playing entirely a couple of years ago. Story 63. The Binding of Isaac. Rebirth. More than 3,000 hours. I still go back sometimes. And wow, I don't know how many hours. Story 64. Final Fantasy X. Final Fantasy XII. Final Fantasy XIII Trilogy. Kingdom Hearts. All entries. And Destiny 1. Story 65. Animal Crossing was played for a year to experience all the events without time traveling. In Monster Hunter Rise, weekly content was regularly released, which felt just right. A new 1-hour challenge was provided once a week, creating a comfortable experience similar to watching a new TV episode. Story 66. Fallout 4 and Assassin's Creed Odyssey. The former made me fall in love with video games, while the latter made me feel frustrated every time I finished playing it. Story 67. Fallout consumed months of my time. Each of the games, including the online version, took significant time as well. Skyrim was another major time sink, with weeks and months spent playing that game. Story 68. Stardew Valley. Every time I stop playing, I come back a month later because I missed the game. I've logged about 500 hours and plan to reach 1,000 hours. Story 69. I have been playing Rocket League for 10 years. If I had to guess, I probably have 4,000 to 5,000 hours across different accounts. Before you ask, I am still not very good. Story 70. Mario Maker inspired me to create levels, and I spent over 50 hours on each one. I uploaded more than 40 levels. Story 71. Diablo 3 has captivated players throughout its entire lifespan. An unusual experience from my college days was playing Soldier of Fortune 2 multiplayer, which kept me engaged one summer. It was my favorite game. Story 72. Warframe is all-consuming. The majority of my time recently has been spent decorating my ship and assembling furniture. Story 73. Unfortunately, I played Overwatch on console until about level 700, then switched to PC and reached level 800. I am still disappointed that I didn't get to level 1200 on a single account. Once Overwatch 2 was released, account merging became possible, but it didn't matter because I spent 2 years trying to earn back all the golden guns and items I wanted. My favorite character, Doomfist, was changed and is just not the same. I hope someone is enjoying the game, but I have been about 2 years sober at this point. Story 74. Months are relative since I am a casual gamer. In any case, the games I have spent the most hours on are Oblivion, Skyrim, Fallout 3, Fallout 4, Assassin's Creed Origins, Assassin's Creed Odyssey, Exiom, Enemy Unknown, Exiom, Enemy Within, Horizon Zero Dawn, Horizon Forbidden West, and lastly Terraria, Stardew Valley, and No Man's Sky, which all don't have a definitive ending and are ongoing, limited only by one's imagination. Story 75. Scrap Mechanic. I can build anything. A clock, a tank, a mechanically correct car, an intercontinental ballistic missile. Story 76. Need for Speed 1996, Mortal Kombat 2 and 3, Duke Nukem 3D, Unreal Tournament, PlanetSide 2, EVE Online, Elite Dangerous, and Star Citizen. Story 77. For those who do not want to do the calculations, 30 days multiplied by 24 hours per day equals 720 hours. For me, the answer is Guild Wars 2. I do not know the exact number of hours I invested in that game, but I believe it is over 10,000. So I did not just spend months on it. It is more than a year. 365 days multiplied by 24 hours per day equals 8,760 hours. I am not actively playing right now, but it is a lot of fun. Aside from that, I think only Civilization V and maybe Anno 1800 exceed the 720-hour mark. Story 78. Factorio, RimWorld, Football Manager, Civilization 2, Dyson Sphere Program, Satisfactory, and Skyrim. But by far, Factorio wins with over 3,000 hours played. Story 79. Ragnarok, Skyrim, Genshin Impact, Xenoblade Games, large Zelda titles, Minecraft, and Super Smash Bros. Story 80. Skyrim. I have around 9,000 hours across all platforms and re-releases. I just started playing Oblivion Remastered, and I'm scared. Story 81. Minecraft. Meanwhile, I delved into Fallout. My playtime in Like a Dragon or Yakuza is also increasing. Story 82. Half-Life 2. Every few years I do a full playthrough. It's still great. Occasionally, I also join a team deathmatch. Story 83. World of Warcraft. Borderlands. Mostly 2, but including all of them. Tropico 6. Gladius. Warhammer 40,000. And Skyrim. At least 1 month minimum for each. Definitely more for the first 2 listed. There may be additional titles I am forgetting that qualify. Story 84. It's difficult not to invest over a month in most casual games. I have spent literal years on a few games. Months is an extremely low estimate. Story 85. Mount and Blade Warband, 5,678 hours. About 1,000 of those were spent on the native game before I tried my first modification. I now force myself not to play it and focus on other games. I haven't played it since the end of last summer, but I'm definitely feeling the urge to play it now. The next highest game on Steam is Team Fortress 2, with 1,512 hours. In the early 2000s, I played Champions of Norath on PlayStation 2. I definitely logged over 1,000 hours on that game. Before Champions, I spent a lot of time on Perfect Dark for Nintendo 64, mostly playing multiplayer against bots. I probably invested around 1,000 hours there as well. Story 86. Battlefield Saga. World of Warcraft. Xbox One. Oblivion. Skyrim. The Elder Scrolls Online. Ghost Recon Breakpoint. Mass Effect 1-4. The Division 1. But now I have no time to play. Story 87. Destiny 2. I'm ashamed of my hour count. Feels like an addiction and a job combined. I'm quitting right now, going cold turkey. Story 88. Old Days? RuneScape and Age of Empires 1 and 2. Nothing recent, maybe Battlefield 1 and Ghost Recon Wildlands. Story 89. The Sims is a game I love. I have spent many hours happily fulfilling my creative potential while playing it. I still enjoy it and will play whenever I get the chance. I believe I first started playing when I was 9 years old. Story 90. Genshin Impact as an adult. The Sims, Roller Coaster Tycoon 2, and some others that I may be forgetting from my childhood. Story 91. Every Bethesda game in the last 25 years, with the exception of Starfield, the original 2003 Call of Duty and Call of Duty 2, The Sims 1-3, Halo 1 to Reach, Battlefield 1, and Pokemon Generation 1-3. Story 92. I have played Roblox for so long that I can't provide an exact number. However, I have spent at least 7 years playing for at least 1 hour each day and 4 to 5 hours on weekends. I can estimate that I have played for a total of approximately 2,000 hours. Story 93. The better question is which ones I haven't played. I've spent years on Atari 2600 games like Space Invaders or Pac-Man, years on NES Mario games, and years on Earthbound. Final Fantasy VII, Metal Gear Solid, and Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2 each got a year of my time. I've played StarCraft, We Love Katamari, The Long Dark, Call of Duty, Modern Warfare 2, and other Call of Duty titles, No Man's Sky, Grand Theft Auto 4 and V, Hearthstone, most Fallout games, RimWorld, and Stardew Valley for years or nearly that long. It goes on and on. I'm finally about to start Red Dead Redemption 2, knowing I'll be into it for probably about a year, so I'm finishing a few titles first to make room. Want to know what my Steam backlog looks like? Portal 1 and 2. That's it. I don't get games and not play them. I really play my games intensely. Story 94. Mount and Bannerlord 2. I spent 4 months playing it, nearly the same amount of time I spent a decade playing The Sims 4. That's around 700 hours. Story 95. Minecraft. I have never tried to complete it. I think the main quest line is quite silly and too difficult. Instead, I become an explorer, mapping out as much of the world as possible. I find it very calming. Story 96. Hypixel Skyblock. Persona 5. Xenoblade Chronicles. Chrono Trigger. Final Fantasy IV for Nintendo DS. Mindustry. Hill Climb Racing 2. Guacamelee Gold 2. Thanks a bunch for sticking around till the end of the video. Remember to subscribe, and until next time, stay awesome and goodbye. Story 1. I was admitted to a hospital in 2022, shortly after the full-scale invasion of my country began, for diabetes-related issues related to changes in my medication. A little girl I shared a room with bought a plastic surprise egg from a vending machine in the hallway and gifted me a bracelet featuring my country's coat of arms, colored blue and yellow. I was discharged and have moved often since then. We did not keep in touch, but I still wear the bracelet to this day. Story 2. Until 2020, I used to never leave the house without a full face of makeup. Then the lockdown happened. I felt uncomfortable for about a year without makeup, but eventually it became normal and seemed like a waste of time. It has been around 4 years since I wore makeup. I am not as confident, but over 40 years of relying on a false appearance takes time to readjust my mindset. Story 3. My watch. I received it for my 18th birthday. I am now 41 years old. It only comes off in the shower while swimming or during other activities. Story 4. I had a necklace around my neck for at least 25 years. I removed it a couple of years ago, and occasionally I still get feelings that the chain is hanging around my neck. sort of bizarre. I don't think about it often, but I am now. Story 5. I have severe combat post-traumatic stress disorder and tinnitus. I find that wearing a heavy set of headphones while listening to music can help on my difficult days. Story 6. I had an older sister who was severely disabled due to brain cancer. She passed away in 2016 and was cremated. I found a glass-blowing company that made a pendant with some of her ashes in it, mixed with our favorite colors, pink and purple. I never take it off unless I am going in for a procedure or surgery, and even then, I feel anxious without it. Story 7. Wedding ring. It has been on my finger for 18 years, 99.9% of the time, and it just feels strange without it. Story 8. I don't know if just keeping it clipped in my back pocket counts as wearing it, but I feel incomplete if I forget my knife. Story 9. I have had body jewelry in my body for over 30 years. I have had it almost twice as long as I have not had it. Story 10. I have been wearing 2 silver rings since I was about 15. I am in my 40s now, and I am more attached to them than to my wedding ring. I hope someday I will be buried with them. Story 11. My necklace has been with me for half my life. I look odd when it is missing. I had it repaired for a week and constantly reached for it, which drove me crazy. Story 12. I have a strong friendship bracelet I received from a comic convention about 3 or 4 years ago. It was during a time when lockdowns were uncertain, and someone gave it to me because they liked my cosplay. I tied it on, and it hasn't come off since. Now, it has evolved into a single string, and it may harbor unknown germs, but I'm not taking it off until it falls off. Story 13. My glasses have been with me since 4th grade. When I had my cataracts done, I had to wait a month to get a new prescription due to my improved vision. I could see everything perfectly except up close. I kept trying to take them off at bedtime and reaching for them when waking up. Story 14. My parents bought me a small gold ring with all 3 of our birthstones on it. I cannot remember if it was for my 18th birthday or for my college graduation. I love it. I essentially put it on and then never took it off. Now I'm pregnant, and my fingers are swelling, so it no longer fits. I had to take it off and store it carefully in my jewelry box, where I constantly check to ensure it's still there because I am paranoid. My post-pregnancy fitness goal is to be able to wear my ring again. Story 15. My glasses. I only remove them to sleep and shower. Sometimes I don't take them off when I shower, and I don't wash my face. Story 16. Earrings. I have had my ears pierced since I was 4.5, and I always wear them, so it feels very wrong without them. I also wear sunglasses because everything is too bright. Story 17. My mom made a copper wire bracelet. I found it in her belongings after she passed away and put it on immediately. Since then, I have only taken it off for repairs and for surgery. Story 18. My brimless caps. I used to have beautiful hair, but as thinning and balding have set in, I just buzz or shave my head and wear these caps. With few exceptions, it has been brimless caps for several years now. Story 19. I have a ring that my friend's dad made for all of us girls when we were in 6th grade. He took a nut, like those used in nuts and bolts, and crafted a smooth, round ring from it. I have no idea how. I've worn it every day since. Story 20. I wrote a song about this. Story 21. I literally wrote a song about this. Story 22. I don't think I've left my house without a pen in my pocket for over 20 years. Someone always asks, "Do you have a pen?" I've got you covered. Story 23. A pocket knife. I have had one with me almost every day since I was about 12 years old. The longest time without one was 3 months during boot camp in 1995. Story 24. I have 2 steel bracelets that my beloved gifted me. I used heavy vice grips to fit them to my wrist. They'll stay there until I die. Story 25. My COVID mask. I went to the shop about a month ago without it. I felt exposed. It's a small item under my chin, but when I went to the local shop without it, it felt strange since we have worn masks for so long. Story 26. A necklace of some kind. The only reason I do not intentionally sleep with it is because of all the times I have woken up to find it tangled in my hair, broken, or knotted and choking me. Story 27. I used to always wear a watch, but half a year ago, I met my beautiful girlfriend who gave me her hairband. It has never left my wrist since. We don't get to see each other very often, but every time I look at it, I think of her. Story 28. Mascara. I feel undressed if I leave the house without any on, although I am happy to go without other forms of makeup. Story 29. I tried wearing contacts but nearly had an anxiety attack from the thought that a car could throw a stone and hit my eye. I'm much happier wearing my glasses. Regarding my wedding ring, it has been on for 20 years, and I don't like the feeling when it's off. Story 30. I have a necklace that I received from my grandfather when he was alive. I wear it daily and have done so for at least 25 years. I can't imagine what I would do if anything were to happen to it. Story 31. I cannot leave the house without my watch. Even if I drive just a couple of blocks away, if I don't have it on my left wrist, I turn around and go back to get it. Story 32. Glasses. The worst part is that I not only feel unprepared without them, but I am also essentially blind, a double whammy. Story 33. A bow in my hair. People often made fun of my hair. My grandmother did the best she could with it, but biracial hair can be difficult to manage. One day, I told a girl I liked her bow because it made her look pretty. She gave it to me and said, "You can be pretty too now." I almost cried, but now I wear a bow in my hair every day. Story 34. My watch is an old Rolex Submariner that my dad bought new in 1983. He wore it for years and gifted it to me for my 40th birthday. I have worn it almost every day for about a decade. Story 35. I wear a medical alert necklace for health emergencies related to hemophilia. It contains my condition, contact information, and medication details. I have been wearing it constantly for over 20 years, ever since college. I never take it off unless I get a new one. Story 36. Rings in general, but more specifically my Clado ring. I wear the same 8 to 9 rings every day. Occasionally, I switch one or two out, but all of my fingers are permanently indented and have tan lines from their respective rings. The Clado ring never changes though. It only comes off when I shower or swim. Yes, I know that is a lot of rings. I am like a crow. I like shiny things. Story 37. Since 1999, I have worn a 16th century Spanish silver coin, mounted in a plain frame and displayed on a heavy serpentine silver chain around my neck. This coin, reminiscent of pieces of 8, associated with pirate treasure, was salvaged from the Atacha shipwreck. It was a gift from my writing partner and closest friend when we lived on a horse farm outside St. Augustine, Florida. Coins from the Atacha were not very expensive at the time, and it does not look like anything special unless you know its significance or age. Whenever I have to remove it for a test or procedure, I feel anxious until I can put it back on. It reminds me of a friendship that has lasted over 35 years, filled with many adventures, both good and bad. Story 38. I have been wearing the same rings since I was 16 years old. I am now 40. I cannot imagine not having them on. Story 39. I have been married for 10 years, and before my husband, I had 3 boyfriends who gave me this beautiful necklace. I wear it nearly every day. I took it off for our wedding day and a few other occasions, but for the most part, I always have it on. Story 40. In 1993, I received an Until There's a Cure bracelet in memory of my late partner. In the more than 30 years since, our scientists and government still haven't come up with a cure for AIDS. Aside from a hospital stay and some MRIs, I have never taken it off. Story 41. 3 bracelets linked together on my right wrist make up my wedding set. I only take them off to shower, but if I forget to put them back on, I don't feel right. Story 42. I wore a choker for 7 years that my former best friend gave me. It was both sad and liberating when I decided to remove it from my wardrobe after we had a falling out. Story 43. Knee brace. I need compression to feel stable with torn ligaments in my knee. Even when it feels fine, I like wearing it as a reminder to be careful since I never want to have another anterior cruciate ligament reconstruction. Currently, I have a fully torn posterior cruciate ligament tears in both medial collateral ligaments, and a tear in one lateral collateral ligament. Story 44. I have a silver crescent moon necklace my husband bought for me when we were dating. I never take it off. It has been about 10 years. Story 45. My glasses are essential. Without them, I can't see anything and end up walking into almost everything and everyone around me. Story 46. My Apple Watch. I lost it and now I feel lost without it at work. I forget so much more than I should. I was always setting timers or taking vital signs. If a message came through while I was busy, I could still read it without taking my phone out and risking trouble for having it out. It helped me keep track of my steps and burned calories. If my heart rate started acting up, it would let me know. I really missed that watch. Story 47. A watch. Always a cheap Casio. I might replace it every 5 years or so, but I feel incomplete without it. It remains on in the shower, while swimming, or wherever I go. Perhaps the only time I remove it is when necessary, such as for a medical imaging procedure, or during those uncomfortable moments when I need to buy a new watch. Story 48. I carried my phone while my mother was dying from cancer. Every time it made a noise, I dreamed of looking at it. I carried it for a year. Finally, she passed away and I still carry it everywhere. I almost panic if I don't have it with me. Story 49. I have a Leatherman Wave multi-tool that sits in a belt holster that I use almost every day at work. When I can't wear it, I feel somewhat unprepared. Story 50. Earrings. It doesn't matter what kind. I feel more exposed without earrings than I do without clothes. Story 51. 3 Pura Vida bracelets are tied together on my left wrist. Each one has special meaning to me, and I never take them off. It's been nearly 8 years now. Story 52. A necklace my boyfriend gave me. The first one I had was from our second Christmas together. I wore it for so long that the crystals started to fall off. He got me a new one last Christmas to replace it. I only take it off at night now. Story 53. I have a silver AES Sedai Great Serpent ring and my wedding set. When I forget to wear them, I feel exposed. I had to stop wearing the engagement ring because I lost the main stone at work. No worries, it was an amethyst that was damaged. Someday I will upgrade. Story 54. A bra. I am rather large in the chest area, and I never leave home without wearing one. When I take it off after a long day of pressure on my ribs and shoulders, it feels like heaven. However, if I go out in public without it, it feels like being exposed in front of all my high school bullies. Story 55. My tongue piercing has been with me since I got it at 19. Now, at almost 33, I have removed other piercings over the years and would like to be piercing-free at some point. However, when I consider taking this one out, it just feels wrong. Story 56. Invisalign. I have completed my treatment and have moved into the phase of wearing retainers only at night. I dislike how my mouth feels during the day. My teeth are very sharp. Story 57. My wedding ring has a significant history. My first marriage ring was on my finger for 23 years before it broke one day. That felt like an omen since my wife passed away 2 years later. After that, I wore a black titanium band until I lost so much weight that it fell off. Later, I remarried, and now I have a gold ring again. It feels strange without that weight on my finger. Story 58. My pearl earrings. I forgot to put them on the other day, and I felt strange and somewhat incomplete all day. I don't know why they matter to me so much, but I do love them. Story 59. Glasses. I have worn them since I was a toddler, and although my vision isn't terrible without them, I definitely feel exposed without them. Story 60. Shortly after September 11th, all Port Authority employees received a World Trade Center pin that resembled 2 American flags. I wore it every day for 10 years. If I didn't have it on, I would nearly panic. Story 61. When I go out, I always wear a hoodie or jacket. Can feel strange to be dressed without one. Story 62. The necklace my father gave my mother in 1967 on her 18th birthday is the one I wear most often. While I have other necklaces, I wear that one 90% of the time. Story 63. I have had glasses since the 1st grade. I cannot see without them, and the first indication that I needed them was when I complained about not being able to read the chalkboard at school. I tried to switch to contact lenses as a teenager, but it felt too strange to have a bare face and to miss the clarity that my glasses provided. Ultimately, I decided to stop using the lenses. Story 64. My watch. I never used to wear one, but after I started, it feels unusual to leave the house without it. It gives me a feeling that something is missing from my wrist. Story 65. After joining the army, I couldn't leave the house without my dog tags. It got to the point where I would turn around and go back to get them. Years later, I joined the National Guard and kept wearing them even when I wasn't on duty. I decided I would wear them until the day I died. The day after I retired, I took them off and hung them in my safe. I wore them for 23 years and haven't worn them since. Story 66. I have an old sweatshirt that I love and wear it all the time. I probably wash it 3 times a week. I wear it with my essential sweatpants, and I wear those too much as well. Summer is coming, and I know I'll still wear it. It's just so comfortable, fits perfectly, and looks pretty ragged. Meanwhile, I have 2 closets and a store full of clothes, but that's what I'd want to be buried in someday. Story 67. Eyeliner. I will be 72 next month, but I am still wearing my eyeliner, especially the bottom liner, which is my signature look. Thanks a bunch for sticking around till the end of the video. Remember to subscribe, and until next time, stay awesome and goodbye. Story 1. I am a software developer, so I spend over 8 hours a day looking at a screen. I started experiencing severe tiredness and depression, which lasted for a couple of years. No matter how much sleep I got, it didn't help. I became irritable and eventually started having headaches. I thought it was sinus headaches because they felt similar. Then I began having severe migraines. I went to the doctor, and everything came back normal. Eventually, I discovered that it could be eye strain. I started resting my eyes every 30 minutes, focusing on something about 20 feet away. When using my phone, I make sure to hold it at a reasonable distance. A few days later, all of my symptoms disappeared. Story 2. Understanding that collaborating with someone more knowledgeable than you is a privilege and an opportunity to learn and refine your own skills, not a threat. Story 3. When my child comes home from school, I put my phone in a drawer and do not touch it again until he is asleep in bed. Story 4. Moving out of my hometown transformed my life. I never felt that where I was from was truly home. I was never comfortable. I kept facing challenges as I tried to improve myself. However, once I left, my entire life trajectory changed for the better. Story 5. In my early 20s, I learned it was okay to say, "I don't know," instead of pretending to understand what someone was discussing. People are eager to share their knowledge. This simple practice has contributed significantly to my professional and social growth. Story 6. It sounds cliché, but diet and exercise are important. They don't have to be extreme. Just eat more fruits and vegetables. Story 7. Laser eye surgery changed my life. I had -7.5 and -7.25 vision and couldn't read my phone screen from more than 3 inches away. Now I can wake up and see the time on my alarm clock. The turning point for me was when I placed my glasses on the bathroom counter and couldn't find them. I was looking just 2 inches from the countertop and still couldn't locate them. This happened a few weeks after I had knocked them off my nightstand and under my bed. Story 8. Buying a dishwasher. I don't know a single person who enjoys doing dishes, but I had no idea how much I would enjoy having one. It takes about 5 minutes of my time to load it, and then it does the dishes for me while I watch TV or play games. Story 9. Paying attention to my diet and eating healthy, working out regularly, and stretching have greatly improved my physical and mental health. I didn't realize how poorly I felt until I reflected on my previous habits of overeating and inactivity. Story 10. For better quality sleep, I recommend magnesium glycinate. I previously used magnesium citrate without realizing there are different types of magnesium, and it upset my stomach. Now my sleep feels more restful, and my mood improves throughout the day. Story 11. Exercise. I used to think it was vain to exercise all the time, Now I get cranky and depressed if I don't. I dislike trying to fit it into my day, but I always feel better once I've done it. It gives me energy, I spend time outside, and it keeps my body in much better shape than sitting on the couch ever did. I now also consider how I will feel and move when I am 60 and older. I want to be mobile and strong for as long as possible. Story 12. Getting diagnosed and treated with medication is essential for some individuals. Sometimes you cannot simply pull yourself up into a happy, productive person. Story 13. Quitting drinking has been life-changing for me. I lost 50 pounds, my skin cleared up, and I look younger. It's likely because my body is functioning as it should. Eating healthier has also contributed to this positive change. I am 33 years old. I will celebrate 1 year of sobriety on May 14th. I am still figuring out how to make new friends whose lives do not revolve around drinking. It can be lonely, but it's still better than the despair of alcoholism. Story 14. I stopped being scared of failing at my hobbies or finding the learning process too difficult. I just say, forget it, and jump in. It's art at the end of the day, so however it turns out is how it turns out. I dreamed for years of experimenting with making music, but I was always intimidated by expensive setups and a tedious learning process. About a year ago, I slowly started teaching myself modular synthesis, and when I create, I feel so free and happy. Story 15. I got into mushroom cultivation. These oyster and champignon mushrooms really make me a lot happier about life in general. Story 16. Walking every day improves sleep, enhances mood, and increases energy, even during long work hours and nights. Story 17. Taking vitamins. I take an iron, magnesium, and multivitamin supplement every night. I now sleep through the night, wake up earlier, and rarely need a nap during the day, which is wonderful for me given my chronic illnesses. Story 18. Everyone is talking about diets, sleep, and health, while I was just thinking about converting YouTube videos to MP3. I stand by my statement. Story 19. Subcontracting, as opposed to working full-time, allows me to earn 3 times more money. I can also spend more time at home doing things and enjoy far more freedom. Story 20. Divorce. My ex was a significant drain on my life. I experienced gastrointestinal issues, skin problems, anxiety, and depression. Although it didn't change overnight, my situation has steadily improved since I left him. I was overfunctioning, prioritizing his needs over my own, and even faced a cancer scare that led to emergency surgery, which served as the wake-up call I needed to leave. He cheated repeatedly, belittled me, and was controlling. Learning to love myself enough to leave has made every moment of my life more worthwhile. Story 21. Antidepressants. I thought I was just lazy and perpetually exhausted. I stopped listening to people in my circle who said it was normal, given my circumstances, to feel this way and spoke to my doctor. I wish I had done this a decade ago. I feel so much better now. Story 22. I didn't delete my accounts, but I removed social media apps from my phone and started to ignore most political news. I'm much happier and more productive. Story 23. Volunteering allows you to meet people who share your interests and values, contribute to the community, enhance your self-esteem, and learn new skills at no cost. There are no drawbacks to volunteering. Everyone should consider it, especially if they are feeling bored, lonely, or facing existential concerns. Story 24. Taking antidepressants. I thought my suicidal thoughts were just a fact of life. However, I just needed a selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor. Story 25. Getting on ADHD medication has helped me focus and accomplish tasks much more easily. It has calmed most of my racing thoughts, although anxiety is still present. Overall, it has significantly improved my quality of life. Story 26. 3 significant changes for me. 1. I stopped consuming alcohol completely. I began running 5 kilometers and trail running. I removed toxic individuals from my life, including those who were only friends when they needed something from me. It took about 3 years, and I am now on a much better path. It requires effort and discipline, but in the long term, it has been beneficial. Story 27. Learning how to cook like a chef has been a valuable experience. I attended a community college culinary program, and it was hands down the best investment of my time. While I don't intend to work in restaurants, the ability to think and cook like a chef has been a highly beneficial skill. Story 28. Quitting marijuana made me okay with being mediocre and not taking much action. It became a constant chase for one high after another. I also realized the effect it had on my mood, energy levels, and sleep. I have noticed a significant difference since I stopped using it. The drawbacks may seem small, but that is the troubling part. Because they are so minor, you don't consider them much. However, over time, it accumulates and leads to considerable damage without you realizing it. I still smoke occasionally, but making it an everyday habit is not an option for me at this point. Story 29. I am over 65 years old and started hormone replacement therapy in March. I haven't felt this good in years. I am finally removing those two bullying siblings from my life. I should have done it back in 1993. It's never too late to protect your peace. Story 30. Getting a stable job and marrying is important. I explored the entertainment industry for a decade, but the only audience I needed was my wife. Story 31. Lexapro provided the boost I needed to attend therapy, start exercising, move away from temporary distractions, and find balance in my life. Although I eventually stopped using it, I wouldn't have had the stability it offered to help me return to normal. Story 32. I bought an automatic nasal rinser. I was afraid of using one for the longest time because anything related to mucus makes me nauseous. I didn't want to get trapped in a cycle of seeing or feeling mucus, feeling sick, and then having to choose between the sickness coming out of my nose or swallowing mucus. However, I found a machine that doesn't make the solution come out of your mouth, and it's powered, making it easier for the solution to flow through your nasal cavity. After rinsing, the solution goes into a separate section of the machine, which you can easily empty. I purchased it over a year ago, and while it could just be a coincidence, I haven't been sick since I got it. Story 33. Mood stabilizers provided almost immediate relief from my major depression due to my undiagnosed bipolar II disorder. Life has improved significantly. Story 34. It took me a long time to learn that I was once desperate for validation when I was younger, but now I don't care as much about it. You learn so much by listening to people, either in direct conversation or by letting conversations wash around you. I practice this often at work, and people tend to see me as a nice and thoughtful person simply because I take the time to listen to what they have to say. It makes people feel valued, and in turn, they value you back. Story 35. Starting a band completely changed my life in all the best ways. One of the most significant changes is that I now have a group of friends whom I see at least once a week. Story 36. Investing in good quality sheets and pillows enhances sleep quality, helping me feel revitalized. Story 37. I started changing jobs every 2 to 3 years instead of staying where I was for a while, thinking I would be rewarded for my loyalty. Companies may have rewarded loyalty in the past. However, most do not anymore. Story 38. This is really specific, but may help someone because it's been life-changing for me. I have Sjogren's syndrome since early childhood. It's an autoimmune disease that causes my tear and salivary glands to atrophy, among other things. I also have scleroderma, which causes soft tissue to harden. Together, these conditions made my eyes so dry that I had corneal damage. For over a decade, I wore punctal plugs and tear duct implants to try and occlude the lower ducts, which act as drains, in an effort to keep artificial tears in my eyes. Unfortunately, they never worked for me since they were not custom-made and didn't quite fit my eyes. I had many pairs. They would fall out, poke my eyeballs, and even caused bleeding once. I never reaped the benefits touted by doctors, manufacturers, and some patients. It got to a point where it took me 30 minutes every morning just flooding my eyes with drops before I could fully open them and try to acclimate to the light. The pain was constant and impacted my quality of life tremendously. Even after that whole morning routine, I'd still be applying drops all day, and at night I used ointment and sleep masks, again to no avail. I was miserable while dealing with all the other symptoms of my conditions as well. Then I saw a corneal specialist for the first time, and she told me there was hope. She suggested I get my lower tier ducts surgically closed via cauterization. Unlike plugs, this procedure would fully occlude the ducts, keeping in even the negligible amount of tears I did have, as well as allowing artificial tears to remain much longer in my eyes, providing substantial relief. The procedure was painless due to numbing drops and took only a few minutes. The results were immediate. My eyes improved so much afterward. It was night and day, and they have remained that way years later. I barely ever need drops now, and I can wear eye makeup again. I would never have believed my eyes could improve, as many doctors I had seen over the years said it was futile given my conditions. Even if you suffer from severe dry eyes for reasons other than Sjogren's syndrome, this may benefit you, and your life could improve in a way you couldn't believe was possible. See a corneal specialist. I wish I had done so much sooner. I just didn't even know such a procedure existed. But now you do. Story 39. Expressing myself genuinely, no matter how much it may embarrass me, is important. People may think of you differently, but it is better that they know the real you. Story 40. A nice bed with pillows, a duvet cover, and sheets, along with different duvets for various seasons. We discarded everything and started anew. We sleep much better now. Story 41. Treating video games as a leisure hobby is important. I used to have a mindset that made me spend hundreds to thousands of hours on competitive games. I don't entirely regret it, but I wish I had engaged in other activities during that time. Story 42. Cutting my family out of my life has allowed me to be the happiest I have ever been. My spouse is very supportive in letting me pursue my own interests, and distancing myself from my judgmental family has had a positive impact on my well-being. Story 43. It is okay to be by yourself. You do not need to be around someone constantly. Be comfortable being alone. Story 44. Marrying my wife has been incredible. She is an amazing person. Her support has greatly helped me address my personal issues and improve my self-image, allowing me to lead a wholesome life. Additionally, moving overseas has been beneficial because I can now practice windsurfing, something I have always wanted to do. Although I initially wanted to surf, I am glad there are no waves here since windsurfing is much better. Story 45. Regular exercise, improving diet, and eliminating sugar have helped me lose 106 pounds. I now wear a smaller waist size in pants and a smaller shirt compared to 30 years ago in high school. Additionally, I am not trying to overextend myself at work. Focusing on what is required over the last 3 years has led to better reviews and reduced my stress. I prioritize my quality of life above all else. Story 46. I stopped drinking soda and started walking every day, aiming for at least 10,000 steps. I remind myself to be thankful and to understand that if it's meant to be, it will be. Story 47. Sleeping with my phone outside of my bedroom helps me sleep better. I now read books before bed instead of scrolling through content I forget immediately. Story 48. Stopping being a high achiever is perfectly fine. Doing good enough at work can alleviate stress. Stressing over projects that are not your idea is detrimental, especially when you see coworkers not putting in the same effort. This situation can negatively affect your health, particularly during group projects. Transitioning from exceptional to adequate in my yearly review has had no negative side effects and many positive impacts on my quality of life. Story 49. Online dating was not only fun and a real confidence boost, but I also met the woman I will likely spend the rest of my life with. Having her around makes me healthier and happier, and it gives me someone to share the bills with. Story 50. I bought some manga and figurines for my gaming room, and I feel like they add a positive atmosphere compared to plain walls. Story 51. I changed the light bulbs in my rental. Instead of a harsh, bright white light, I now enjoy a warm, inviting light when I come home. Story 52. Therapy. It turns out you are not supposed to feel anxious all the time. I still experience anxiety, and now I wonder how I actually earned my master's degree during that period. Story 53. I bought a 1994 MR2 GTS in 2019. Feels like I got a second wind in life. It is such a fun car. I go out in it and just enjoy life. Story 54. Playing Pokemon Go got me out of the house and walking around. It provided a community of people to talk to and share experiences with, along with events to attend. It also gave me tasks and goals for my future, offering me a reason to want to live. Story 55. I went no contact with my mother, and I discovered a new type of peace that I never knew existed. It took a long time and therapy to work through it. Story 56. Meeting the best friends I have now. I had given up on life before I met them, and I have a lot of repairs to make financially. I'm glad I know they are real because they didn't judge me for being at rock bottom. Story 57. I stopped valuing the opinions of people I wouldn't seek advice from. It's liberating and has reduced my daily anxiety by 90%. Story 58. I have a pet dog. I didn't realize how capable of love I was until I had this goofy ball of fluff in my life. Thanks a bunch for sticking around till the end of the video. Remember to subscribe, and until next time, stay awesome and goodbye. Story 1. That's ridiculous. Those small individuals could never reach a volcano. I will delegate the task of stopping them to some assistants. Story 2. Well, I know what I am not going to do. Place guards at the entrance to the volcano. What am I, made of orcs? Story 3. Sit comfortably knowing that no one has the physical or mental power to destroy the ring. It is literally impossible to willingly perform that action. So I sit and wait for someone to bring it directly to me. Unless one of those individuals accidentally falls into the volcano while fighting over the ring. That probably won't happen, though. Story 4. I can't hear you. Someone is knocking on the front door. He has some people with him as well. Story 5. I received an advertisement in the comments that simply stated, "Cancel your car insurance." Took me a moment to realize it was an ad. I thought I was missing the joke. Well played, Reddit. To answer the question, destroy the volcano. Story 6. Arrange for the ring to fall into a swamp for a couple of 100 years until the hobbits are gone. It's just a delaying tactic, but it has worked many times before. Story 7. Are we allowed to kick them? Feels kind of wrong, but it also feels right to just run up to them and kick them. I am not a tall woman, but I bet I am taller than they are. Story 8. Send out as many aerial scouts as I can spare. Send out ground troops to all the known paths to the volcano and booby-trap the entrance as thoroughly as possible. Add an invisible shield over the lava if I have the means to do so. Story 9. First, I would block the entrance to the volcano. Then, I would have a few Nazguls circling the volcano around the clock. Next, I would gather 100,000 orcs to march around the volcano continuously. Finally, I would destroy the steps to Shelob's lair to eliminate that entrance to Mordor. The hobbits would essentially starve in the wilderness trying to find a way in or get caught attempting to sneak through the Black Gate. Checkmate, hobbits. Story 10. Dear hobbits, while I respect your resolve, please understand that I cannot allow you to succeed. However, you are free to do as you wish. If I fall, my soldiers will raise every city, town, village, hamlet, hut, inn, tavern, and alehouse from Gondor to the Shire. Do as you will. Respectfully yours, T.D. Lord. Story 11. Set out a landmine every 3 to 4 feet apart at the mouth of the volcano. Once they arrive and set off the first one, it will create a ripple effect around the entire area. Even if they are not dead or dying from the explosions, there is a decent chance the injuries will make them easy targets. Story 12. Be kind to them and convince them their mission is influenced by dark forces. Tell them these evil powers want them to throw the ring into the volcano to destroy peace, not to eliminate evil. Consider this, hobbits. Have you observed much evil in the Shire? Story 13. Post on r/AskPhysics asking how to turn off a volcano, and have a group of orcs do whatever is requested, likely involving water or something similar. Story 14. Clearly serenade them with my magic recorder that I learned to play in 3rd grade. If 3 blind mice won't get them to follow me into the little hobbit habitat I've created, I don't know what will. Story 15. Any old ring or my ring is capable of corrupting 99.9% of living beings given enough time in its proximity. If it's the latter, I would strengthen border and internal security and wait it out. I am strong enough to conquer the world without it anyway. Story 16. Kidnap all of their loved ones. Start harming them. Then send them pictures. They will respond quickly. Story 17. Find them and ask them to wait until my dog dies. I don't want him to be alone. Story 18. Have my brother keep an eye on the Gap of Rohan. Have him keep King Theoden in a weakened state. Possess him if needed. See to it that Denethor too finds the Palantir in the safe. Call the commander of the Moria goblins to stand guard in the pathways. Let no one through. Then wonder if I actually exist, or if some creator thought it would make for a cool image. Story 19. Big pile of butter-covered mushrooms and short, fuzzy-footed ladystripers. I have read the books and may have written a few fanfictions myself. Story 20. Inform the local police department that two short men with big feet are planning to commit a terrorist attack in their community and advise them to be on the lookout. Story 21. Distract the hobbits with friendly faces, good food, drinks, and music. Seize the ring when the opportunity is right. Story 22. I built a ring stoppinator that prevents any ring-sized or ring-shaped object from coming within 20 miles of any active volcano in the tri-state area. Story 23. Provide a list of targets. Inform them that I will not deploy all my resources to stop them if they eliminate these targets first and will instead allow them to proceed freely. Include every authoritarian leader globally in this list. Story 24. Beat them up. Take the ring. Have my destiny in my own hands. I will likely hang on to it for a week, then throw it in myself. Story 25. What makes you think they are trying to destroy it? It is literally the most powerful object in Middle-earth, and nobody has any hope of challenging me without its power. No, they are going to use it against me, but they underestimate me and the influence the ring has. It will be their undoing, and I will be ready to seize my moment when it inevitably presents itself. Story 26. Hobbits are barefoot, right? What about those goat-head creatures that are unpleasant to step on? There are many of those. Story 27. Make sure the eagles are not available. Consider sending some wargs and goblins to engage them. Story 28. Guard the entrance to the volcano. Send an army of intimidating orcs and wraiths to find them. Additionally, send agents who appear friendly, such as beautiful women and heroic figures, to gain their trust and ultimately betray them. Also, eliminate the giant eagles. Story 29. Well, firstly, that's not how the rings of power work. Only the fire that forged them can also destroy them, so any old random volcano won't do. Secondly, order my minions to construct a fireproof net and install it inside the Mount Doom chamber. Then, just let the hobbits do their thing. Story 30. I would release numerous hobbit-focused enthusiasts along every possible route to the volcano. They will either be too delighted or traumatized to manage any ring disposal issues. Story 31. Offer a free buffet at the base of the volcano and free drinks. Once they are unable to move from eating and drinking so much, I just take the ring. Voila! Story 32. Sizzling bacon, toast, pancakes, pastries, fried eggs, warm cider, and tea. They would be in trouble. Story 33. In that case, I identify as Death, and Death's missing ring is a part of him, a part he can observe and control at will. The ring's attribute changed to Death itself. Story 34. Don't worry about it. Anyone who sees that ring will go crazy for it. They'll either get themselves hurt or bring it to me for another chance. Story 35. My original plan was to use the extensive resources at my disposal to secure the area around the volcano, barricading it to prevent entry, and establishing a significant guard presence there so that even approaching it would be nearly impossible. However, I decided to do virtually everything except that. I do not foresee it backfiring in any way. Story 36. Nothing. I'm confident no man can kill my Nazgul, and there's no possible way that spell can be taken too literally. Story 37. Remove all the eagles, as you wouldn't want the wizard to summon them and have them fly the hobbits to the volcano in a day or two, really streamlining the process and potentially saving lives. In this scenario, that would be unfortunate for me. Oh, never mind, these individuals are going to walk. Story 38. I will intercept them and set up the house, serving breakfast, second breakfast, elevenses, lunch, afternoon tea, and supper. Story 39. Remove the obstacles between them and their objective. Remove all guards from the volcano. I would not block the entrance to the volcano, not even with a chain or a warning sign. I would make the path to the entrance so easy that anyone could reach the top barefoot while carrying a large bag of potatoes. I will be remembered as one of the most cunning and dreadful villains to ever exist. Story 40. Hobbits eat for free. Distract them with food and games. Why harm them or frighten them when you can simply neutralize them with things they love? Story 41. I spread misinformation that destroying the ring will cause the end of the world and the rise of Sauron. I use Saruman to befriend the hobbits and their allies and convey this propaganda. I discredit Gandalf by making false accusations about him. I tell the hobbits and humans that the elves intend to steal their land to prevent them from becoming allies. After burning a town to the ground with my orcs, I will blame it on the elves. Story 42. Have my best sergeant-at-arms whip them until they join my army and march in the opposite direction of the volcano, singing songs the whole time. Where there's a whip, there is a way. Story 43. Open a really good bed and breakfast on the road between Rivendell and Moria. Michelin chefs, the whole 9 yards. They will never leave. Story 44. I'm telling that strange person that I'm going to put a backhoe through the window if he doesn't stop them. Story 45. Get them tickets to a casino cruise with an unlimited continental breakfast. Ensure they have tickets to all the shows and drink tickets. Also, make sure they have access to a dinner buffet that will either occupy them for a long time or entertain the gluttonous individuals. Story 46. Send someone friendly to invite them to a version of a pub crawl, but for all-you-can-eat buffets. The last stop will be a cruise ship headed away from my volcano. Story 47. Set up a series of bed and breakfasts around the mountain. They will never make it if they keep getting delayed at bed and breakfasts. Story 48. I would send my most personable helpers to set up bed and breakfasts all over the land between the Shire and Mount Doom. I would then poison the hobbits during afternoon tea. Story 49. Construct a decoy volcano while hiding the real one as a regular mountain. Alternatively, gather a group of hobbits and place a sign by the volcano that says, "If that ring goes in this volcano, so do," followed by a list of their friends and family. Story 50. I would place the volcano on an island in the middle of a vast ocean. Then I would integrate that volcano into a new, eerie religion. The followers of this religion would be highly litigious and utilize the courts to financially ruin the bearer. Finally, when no one is concerned anymore, I would have him disappeared at sea. Story 51. Set out a spread of food at each location, including inns, beer, mushrooms, and similar offerings. They may skip the initial options, but they will eventually be convinced. Gradually influence them over time with the food they consume and herbal substances. Story 52. I would ride a fellbeast down to the Shire. It wouldn't take more than an hour or two to sort things out. Story 53. Have you ever kept a workforce of orcs focused, let alone preventing them from harming each other? It's absolutely exhausting. I have my hands full with that. Anyway, hobbits are often in a blissful state. What harm can they really do? Story 54. I'm going to open the Middle-earth version of Waffle House meets Denny's. Open 24 hours a day, serving items like second breakfast, third breakfast, second lunch, third lunch, high tea, dinner, and second dinner. Did I mention we have third and fourth dinner specials? In the lounge, there will be fireworks and a hookah with some fine tobacco. It will be just like the Lotus Casino in Percy Jackson. They will never leave. Story 55. Eliminate Gollum when I had the chance so he doesn't bite the ring off the Shire rat's finger and dive into the magma. Story 56. Unlike others in the movies, I have access to and experience with firearms. My biggest issue is deciding between long range or close range. Story 57. I would help them. I would sit them down for second breakfast, give them 11 and make a potato stew. I would do this for a week, and then on the final night, when they trust me the most, I would poison the second dessert. Story 58. Good for them. I take a nap and roll a 20 for a nap until they reach the volcano. At the volcano, I lazily give a thumbs up and wish them well. Don't burn yourself and live well. I would say just before I die, then roll over, of course. I'm a restless sleeper and I'm eager to catch up on sleep. Well done, hobbits. I would have thrown it in myself, but I lost it. Swings and roundabouts. Story 59. I will try to extinguish or destroy the volcano by using large water pumps to solidify the top layer of magma. I will blow out the sides of the mountain so the magma flows and cools. I can't destroy the ring if there isn't a volcano to throw it into. Story 60. Read and follow the advice offered here. The top 100 things I would do if I ever became an evil overlord. Story 61. Surround the volcano with a large spread of poisonous but delicious-looking food and beer. They won't be able to resist. Story 62. The most obvious action for them is to fly like Leroy Jenkins into Mordor on eagles. Therefore, I will focus all my defenses on air power. Flying Nazgul will run patrols to seize as much of my neighbor's land as possible. I will establish a tower defense and a perimeter. In case that is not sufficient, I will transform myself into a giant eyeball perched upon a tower to scan the skies. Story 63. Maybe assign a guard or two at the entrance to the volcano. Orcs breed rapidly, so I can spare a few to protect what is arguably the most important door in my realm, at least until I retrieve my ring. Story 64. Well, I know when I'm a little short on funds. I sometimes drop off my rent check having forgotten to sign it. That could buy us some time. Alternatively, we might not send the check, and when they call, we could pretend we're the cleaning service. Hello? I'm sorry, Volcano is not here. Story 65. The Dark Lord Sauron never dreamed anyone would destroy the ring until the moment it happened. How did I find out? Honestly, simultaneously besieging any stronghold of humans, dwarves, and eventually elves across the continent is a pretty foolproof plan. What are the chances the one man I have spent all my energy chasing will have the power to free Rohan, raise an undead army, claim his throne, and somehow not have my ring? He definitely has it. I can let my focus on my unnumbered hordes of orcs slip for a bit while I secure my ring. I'm even going to make him bring it to me. What's that? What's a hobbit? Oh no. Story 66. I made a joke answer, but the honest answer is to turn the ring into a mushroom and watch those hobbits fight over it. Hobbits have a passion for mushrooms that surpasses even the greed of larger folks. Story 67. A random volcano, or the one where my portal to observe and exert my will upon the world is situated? Story 68. Feed them breakfast, second breakfast, elevenses, lunch, afternoon tea, dinner, and supper. Make them so full they can't climb the mountain. Story 69. Not obliterate the home of the strongest and most ancient creatures in the world just to get some logs I could find anywhere. Story 70. I am going to steal a taco truck and drive it over to them, slowly leading them far away from the volcano. Once they succumb to a food coma, I will take the ring. Story 71. Have an orc tell them it is the wrong volcano once they arrive, and that Mount Doom is, in fact, a papier-mâché model you have been working on. Story 72. Sow internal discord. Convince each of them that the others are taking all their second breakfasts and are plotting against them. Fuel this with their social media addiction and groupthink. They'll thwart themselves. Story 73. Facts. 1. Hobbits are the only beings resistant enough to carry the ring that far. Hobbits eschew shoes without known exception. Solution. Just cover the mountainside trails in Lego pieces, obsidian shards, old rusty nails, sand fleas, and more. Problem solved. Story 74. Invite them to a dinner party and become friends with them. Then take the ring and replace it with a similar-looking ring that makes the person wearing it invisible. Story 75. On the road there, set up a series of poorly managed restaurants that serve delicious-tasting and fragrant food but cause progressively worse cases of food poisoning. They will suffer from dehydration in a matter of days. Story 76. Isildur's heir just arrived. and I need to deal with this situation immediately. Those two hobbits will not survive before they reach the mountain. Stares menacingly. Story 77. iPhone with a $1,000 gift card to DoorDash and a $1,000 gift card to a delivery service that resembles a tech startup. Assuming Middle-earth is a legal state, might not make it to the edge of the Shire. Story 78. A large spider lives in a cave. I will send my army of 500,000 orcs and other creatures to fight in a giant battle for no reason. Story 79. Introduce them to a Denny's and a Golden Corral, then visit a tobacconist before going to the pub. Have someone drive them back and forth between these places. If they resist, send a group after them to take them to a cheesecake factory to persuade them. Story 80. Send a human resources representative to find them with an email stating that their lunch conversation did not meet corporate standards. Story 81. Sauron invents gunpowder and creates sniper rifles. Saruman trains orcs to become orc snipers. Nothing is unsolvable with the use of gun violence. Story 82. Offer them a place to sleep, keep providing meals, and ask how to improve various aspects of the home and yard. Story 83. In this economy, who can afford to stop those little guys? Besides, you can't afford healthcare anymore anyway. It's just easier to let them toss that ring into that old volcano. Story 84. Given that I am a long-haired, burly man, I would not look out of place if I offered to join them. Then I could steal the ring and throw it into the volcano myself. I should not have the kind of power this scenario implies. Thanks a bunch for sticking around till the end of the video. Remember to subscribe, and until next time, stay awesome and goodbye. Story 1. If being a good worker means exhausting yourself for a company that views you as replaceable, then that mindset is outdated. However, if it means taking pride in your work and using it to improve your life, then it still holds value. Story 2. For a few decades, I have done every job diligently and worked hard, while observing lazy individuals avoid responsibilities by doing as little as possible. Additionally, managers who possess impressive qualifications but lack practical knowledge or the ability to manage a workforce often get dismissed yet quickly secure another position. It seems to depend on the industry you are in, as well as whether you are working for commission or bonuses. Story 3. It depends on your direct supervisor and your field. You should always strive to be a good worker. Don't do anything halfway, as connections can open doors for you later in life. Story 4. I worked hard at 4 jobs and earned the same amount of money as someone who did the bare minimum. The only thing I have to show for it is a herniated disc and back surgery. I put in a lot of effort at my current job and managed to negotiate my salary, which more than doubled. I work for a much smaller company, so my contributions are valued and appreciated. Your question is highly situational. There is no single correct answer. Story 5. I have been able to remain employed and move up the ladder simply by being a good worker. Why would anyone hire or keep someone who isn't a good worker? Story 6. If I am not performing well, I risk losing my job. Why would that be considered an outdated mindset? If I had an employee who was not a good worker, I would let them go quickly. Story 7. I am older, but my experiences have shown me what is possible. With no formal college education, I have become a department manager by working hard and learning everything I could in my previous positions. I have had to change jobs and relocate for promotions, but overall, these experiences have led to my success. Story 8. No, you should not take job advice from someone who called a billionaire foolish and injured a boss. Story 9. My biggest critic has always been myself. My own standards are the reason I try my best, regardless of the job or pay. Story 10. Yes, I do. You take a job and you get paid. Maybe life didn't allow you to get the job you really wanted, but you have to pay the bills, right? Anyway, take pride in your work and do it as well as you can. The news is full of examples of people not doing their jobs. Mechanical failures on aircraft. Those individuals put their lives in your hands. Even on Reddit, check out some of the automotive forums. They're full of people getting taken advantage of by mechanics who weren't competent. There are countless examples, like a barista not putting the lid on correctly or receiving a wrong order at a restaurant, and so on. Don't be the one who does things half-heartedly. Do your job properly or go home. Story 11. If you just started, it's understandable. Or if it's for a promotion. But if you're planning to stay for a lengthy period of time, do the bare minimum. The goal is to get paid while doing as little as possible. I don't care what anyone else says. Story 12. I believe being a good worker involves making the necessary changes for your workplace to function effectively. Story 13. It is worth it in a high autonomy, high responsibility career, such as a doctor, social worker, or lawyer. These types of jobs rely on your individual skill set for success. You cannot attribute failures to your organization. Therefore, when transitioning to a new job, it is essential to possess the skills that match your title. Additionally, there is a significant impact on people's lives when mistakes occur, so minimizing errors is crucial. Story 14. It has never worked out for me. It seems that everyone only cares about charisma. You better roll a 20 and maximize that charisma while you are young. It will take you far, kid. Story 15. Not at all. Despite what people say online, working hard and documenting achievements, securing recommendations from management, and maintaining a positive outlook helped me land an engineering job without a degree. Hard work can pay off, but it is not guaranteed, and you must always advocate for yourself. Story 16. It depends on the company. I was a good worker and did unpaid overtime. I was always congratulated by my boss, but I was never promoted. I was let go along with several good colleagues for economic reasons, while he retained his less competent colleagues. Story 17. You should be a good worker if you have a good employer. However, it is always beneficial to be professional for your own self-esteem. This way, you can hold your head high and confidently say it wasn't you who caused the issue when you decided to leave. Story 18. That depends on the job. Working hard at my first full-time job was a huge mistake, and I regret it. I now have a job that pays more and requires much less work, and I am thriving. Story 19. I agree with some of the other comments. It is only worthwhile if you are recognized and rewarded for your efforts, and if you have seen the rewards handed to employees who have worked hard. Being promised something without proof of its actual occurrence is not sufficient. Story 20. Depends on the definition of a good worker at your company. A supervisor at my last job said that you are meeting expectations if you consistently put in a 60-hour week, and bonuses and pay raises were based on that. If that suits you, you'll do well, but there's also the important concept of work-life balance. Story 21. A good worker is very subjective and will change based on who you talk to. Some would say a good worker does what's best for the customer, others for the company, and others for the team. Realistically, you need to understand the situation and do what's best for your career. Story 22. There is a difference between a good worker and a company man. Being a good worker generally fosters positive relationships with colleagues and peers at other companies, facilitating easier job changes and potential self-employment in the future. It may also position you among the last to be let go during downsizing, similar to the situation of a policy-abiding company man. However, the company man scenario often falters when it comes to enforcing meaningful reciprocity in the social contract. Story 23. Yes, it's worth it. I believe that in everything you do, you should put the right amount of effort into it. That being said, if you are only half compensated for your hard work, take twice as long to do it. Story 24. Being a good worker has more to do with being a problem solver than simply putting in hard work. Anyone can work tirelessly, and it is not particularly impressive. Not everyone can think critically to find solutions to problems as they arise. Developing this skill is valuable, even if that job does not become your long-term career. Story 25. No, I take pride in my work and enjoy my job. I work with a lot of people who share this mindset, and I can easily walk over to the bar they have set these days. Story 26. It depends on what you mean. My general view is that it is good to be helpful and available within reason. If you are seen going the extra mile occasionally, it helps build good relationships that can lead to referrals in the future. However, Do not exhaust yourself on random requests because progression is usually based on delivering high-impact projects. Therefore, it is important to set boundaries and invest time in activities that will genuinely help you secure a promotion. This ultimately means being prosocial but not naive. Story 27. Outdated. I tried it at my previous job. Being the hardest worker meant that the workload increased while the pay remained the same. It's not worth it in my opinion. It's better to just do the bare minimum unless you genuinely enjoy the job and are compensated fairly. Story 28. Yes, it depends on the job. I work well at my position, but I discovered they fired someone who had been there for 34 years because she used her cell phone. They don't care about us. I am replaceable, and so is everyone else at my job. At my previous job as a software developer, it was not outdated because that position provided cost of living adjustments every year, covered health insurance, and offered great benefits. Story 29. Work is a mutual business transaction. If my employer rewards me with adequate pay and conditions, I will work hard and willingly go the extra mile. If my employer fails to meet this expectation or abuses their position, then I will perform at a slow pace, doing the bare minimum, taking sick days, and generally not being motivated. Story 30. If you enjoy your job, you should be a good worker by default. If you do not enjoy your job, you may want to find something else, if possible, so that you can feel good about what you are doing and excel at it. Story 31. Wildly depends on circumstances. Rarely does a strong work ethic have negative effects on your career, so in general, yes, but not if it's at the expense of your mental health. Just remember that if you're stuck in a dead-end job with little possibility for advancement, the connections you make at those jobs can still prove valuable down the road, and those connections may also be solicited when applying for new jobs. Every job I've ever had, including fast food and retail when I was young, I've always tried to work my hardest even when others were slacking. It can be very frustrating, but an opportunity for my dream job came up a couple of years ago that required a number of professional references. I was able to use a handful of past supervisors and connections who spoke highly of me, and my new boss explicitly told me that even though I didn't have as much experience as other candidates, the way my references talked about me was the main reason that put my name at the top in their view. Story 32. That depends on how you define a good worker. I define it as using minimal effort to get the job done well in a reasonable amount of time. Story 33. Being a good worker is valuable. I have survived many layoffs and restructuring because of my strong work ethic. Story 34. The reason I always do my best is that I have self-respect. Additionally, I want my workplace to be successful. I will give my best effort during the 8 hours I am paid for. Unpaid overtime is exploitation, and I will not participate in it. Story 35. You'd have to be blind to not see that the average company views you as a machine they reluctantly put coins into to operate. They don't care about you as a person, and they are not invested in rewarding you or helping you grow, even when it would benefit them as much as it benefits you. On the other hand, being a good worker is the bare minimum in my eyes. I don't go above and beyond if there's no chance of anyone appreciating it. But I am still a good worker because I would be embarrassed to submit the poor quality work I see everyone else doing in almost every job imaginable. When I was a teenager, I worked at places like Subway and McDonald's, and my sandwiches and burgers looked like they do on the sign. It doesn't really take any extra effort, just care. I am not working overtime for free to get it done that way. It's only fast food, but I don't know how I would cope with the embarrassment of handing customers the poorly assembled products that everyone else made. I would have to put in extra effort in order to mess something up that badly. It's not about being exploited. It's just basic self-respect and pride in what you do. Story 36. You can be a good worker and buy some leniency for daily challenges, but when layoff time comes, it feels impersonal and unforgiving. So don't give them too much of your life. Story 37. I believe the best approach is to be an excellent worker while actively seeking other job opportunities, creating possibilities on both fronts. Story 38. I believe people should take pride in whatever they do. If you are a ditch digger, do it well. However, I advocate for people to be paid fairly. If you are underpaid, the only way to change that is by taking action. Control what you can control. Story 39. It led to multiple promotions for me, moving from the support team to operations management, then to strategy and product management, providing me with financial stability for the first time in my life. That being said, I noticed many people working just as hard who were not as fortunate. I had a supervisor who valued my efforts and assisted me in advancing my career. However, it also caused significant burnout, leading me to take 2 years off to recover. So, I am unsure. There may be a balance between performing well and maintaining personal well-being, but I have never been able to find that equilibrium. Story 40. Define good. For too long, going above and beyond has been the expected norm with little to no guarantee of increased compensation. It's an unfair situation. Working harder than your job description requires in hopes of receiving more money is frustrating. However, the workplace environment and culture can also have a significant impact. A friendly and understanding boss can command a lot of respect, which I demonstrate by going above and beyond. Similarly, getting along with and respecting your peers is important. Story 41. If I believe it will lead to more responsibility, money, and power, then yes. Certain organizations support this mindset by regularly promoting from within or creating progression plans for specific employees to help them achieve their goals. Individuals need to have a clear idea of what they want before any of this can be beneficial. Story 42. When it comes to career advancement, being liked and trusted by the right people is far more important than simply being known as a hard worker. Story 43. An employer and an employee often have conflicting interests. The employer's ultimate objective is to obtain the maximum results from the employee for minimal expenditure. Ideally, they want the employee to work continuously without compensation, and then move on to another when the employee can no longer contribute. The employee's ultimate objective is to receive the highest possible remuneration for the least amount of effort, while managing to work long enough to secure a modest retirement, rather than being used up and discarded by the employer. This dynamic is why the debate has no resolution. Each side has valid points, yet each side also has flaws in their perspective. Story 44. Do your job well and take pride in it. Do not lower your standards or deliver subpar work. If you are unhappy with your job, seek a different one. A defeatist attitude toward work can creep into your mindset and affect your responses to other aspects of your life, including home and relationships. Story 45. What is your job? Do you save lives? Protect the environment? Defend your nation? If you do, you need to excel in your role. If you are just a corporate employee, then it may not matter if you are present. Story 46. Yes, be a good worker and work hard. If you are unhappy with your job or position, talk to your supervisor. If your problem is not resolved, then find a new company that will value your talents or start your own business. It is unreasonable to show up to work and perform poorly. Story 47. Being good at your job is certainly not outdated as long as the job itself is current. If being a good worker means making sacrifices for the company, then it is outdated unless your supervisor would make sacrifices for you or you own the company. Story 48. I believe it is worth it for one's peace and the value of relationships to avoid being selfish. I think there is inherent value in being a good worker. It's not about compensation. It's about self-respect and not being selfish. Story 49. Generally, performing above and beyond others in similar roles will help you get noticed and advance your career more quickly. Remember, a significant percentage of people believe that they are in the top percentage of highest performers, so take self-assessments of doing great work with a grain of salt. Many individuals work hard and produce good results, but they often do not consistently outperform their peers, lack networking or interpersonal skills, or become stuck in difficult situations. Those who advise doing the bare minimum to get by are typically not offering constructive guidance. It is the kind of advice someone lacking ethical standards might give to get ahead at the expense of others. Story 50. It is worthwhile if you desire to be promoted and advance. If you are content where you are at the company and what you are doing, then you can maintain your current effort. Story 51. Being a good worker means having job security and a better chance of getting promoted and earning more money. I do not work hard for my company. I work hard for myself and to protect my own interests. Story 52. If being a good worker means you are compensated well, then let it be so. If not, do the absolute minimum needed to keep the job until you find something that properly compensates you. Story 53. It depends. If you are compensated fairly for your efforts, then it is acceptable. If you know it will lead to future promotions, it is fine. If you are doing it to impress your supervisors in hopes of being recognized, it is a poor strategy. More often than not, the only reward you will receive for the extra effort is that this will become your new baseline moving forward. Story 54. I believe most people want to do good work. What is outdated is sacrificing every waking hour to a company that may discard you in an instant. We have one life. Ultimately, what matters is the time you spend enjoying life and being with your loved ones. Story 55. Not anymore. An employer will take advantage of your worth but fail to compensate you properly and will not hesitate to terminate your employment if you raise concerns. Story 56. Being a good worker doesn't guarantee promotion or advancement, but it usually helps ensure job security at least. Story 57. Make yourself irreplaceable or very hard to replace. Companies often overlook the value of a great employee and may refuse to provide a raise, even when the cost of replacing that employee exceeds their request. For example, an employee may say, "I want a $20,000 raise, bringing my salary to $100,000 per year." The response might be, "No, sorry, we cannot do that." The employee quits, and a new hire who accepts the position ends up being paid $105,000 per year, along with the added cost of training. This behavior is common among many organizations, which is why switching jobs can be the most effective way to secure a raise. However, if you are truly irreplaceable, the situation changes significantly. If you have developed key aspects of a workflow and are the only one who can access and modify it, the company may be willing to offer you the $20,000 raise to avoid operational disruptions during a transition period. The first example is a relatively straightforward scenario that might cost the company about $30,000 in total. The second example, however, suggests a potential crisis that could lead to substantial losses over time, depending on how critical your role is to the company's operations. Story 58. It's outdated. I recently saw proof of this at work. I do my job properly and to the best of my ability. I clean up after myself when I can and try to solve problems independently while thinking ahead. Someone left the wrong valve open, and I asked if that was intentional. I received criticism for it. Another person turned off the air compressor, disrupting our entire pumping system because the valves are controlled pneumatically. Meanwhile, my coworkers walk around with two people performing basic tasks. I spent all day tidying up a workbench that they had messed up and helping to replace large air ducts and a pump, while my colleagues installed only one shelf. Somehow, they get coffee made for them during breaks, while I am not even informed when everyone else is taking their break. I refuse to do anything beyond my job. Story 59. Corporations treat you as disposable. There is no reason to work yourself to exhaustion for a job. Take care of yourself and enjoy life. A job is just a job. Story 60. Do you want to be a member of society that makes the world a bit better in whatever small way you can? Or do you want to be someone who expects others to do your work for you and contributes nothing to humanity? Which mindset seems better? Story 61. It is not outdated. At the end of the day, being a good worker is about work ethic. You either have it or you do not, but if you do not, you can choose to develop it. Story 62. It depends entirely on management. If you are rewarded for your efforts, then why wouldn't you try to progress? If you are not, your workplace is incentivizing the bare minimum, and you should provide just that while looking for another job. The caveat is that if you have no experience in the workforce, you should absorb knowledge and learn whatever you can. Once your learning stops, you can use that as leverage to move to the next opportunity. Story 63. Taking pride in one's work produces better quality products and enhances morale. There is nothing to be gained by adopting a negative attitude. The saying "you get what you pay for" is misleading. It is well documented that people's work is more a reflection of themselves than their pay. Increasing pay doesn't necessarily improve performance, and paying higher wages doesn't always ensure better quality. The world would be greatly improved if people cared more. Blaming corporate greed is an easy excuse that isn't helping anyone. Loyalty to a company is a different matter that operates independently from someone trying to do their best with the resources they have. I'm not suggesting that people should overly flatter their superiors. Story 64. In many places, the reward for being a good worker is more work. It doesn't take long for most people to realize that they will not get paid more for doing more. Story 65. I believe people should do their best regardless of compensation. It is inherently the right and virtuous thing to do. If you are not satisfied with the compensation, consider working elsewhere and see if the grass is greener on the other side. Story 66. It is outdated because employers no longer treat employees like people. This has always been somewhat the case, but now companies would rather terminate someone than give them a raise, even if hiring a replacement would cost the same or more than the raise. Employees are shown no respect, so why should we care about the job? Being a good employee used to secure your position. Now it just means you receive more work for the same pay, which leads to faster burnout. Story 67. No, it's not outdated, and in my experience, people who go through life with that attitude stay stuck in unsatisfactory jobs. There is some nuance here, though. You have to be working at a place that will actually promote you if you do well. Some people do have a good work ethic but remain in dead-end jobs where that ethic is never rewarded. This is more about the specific workplace than the type of job, though. For example, at one McDonald's, you may be a burger flipper for life, while at another McDonald's, you might get promoted into management just by sticking around and showing initiative. You also have to make sure you're doing the right kind of work and not just grinding away at tasks no one really cares about. Story 68. I was a public school teacher and did my best every day. The students deserved my best effort. I should mention that I was not compensated appropriately and was always underpaid. Story 69. As someone who has worked in and outside of the government, it is the same no matter where you go. It is all about connections. The work ethic does not matter. Story 70. Doing anything well and with skill is admirable. Working with unmotivated individuals is frustrating. In construction, those who put in effort tend to perform significantly better. Story 71. Will it get you promoted? Maybe, maybe not. It depends on what your manager observes. Can you take pride in it? If you believe even a little in what you do, good work can be its own reward. Story 72. No, because it will make you a target for individuals who cannot or will not compete and who bring others down instead of improving themselves. Also consider it from your manager's point of view. If you have 3 workers and one does the majority of the work while another does not, whom are you going to promote? The one who is supporting the team. Story 73. It's always worth it. Even if your pay is low, if you show up and do the work, your manager will provide a good reference for a better job. It also helps build good habits. It is much harder to turn a poor work ethic into a good one than it is to maintain a good one. Additionally, if you are providing a service, the people you are serving deserve good service regardless of how much you are being paid. I am not the one who is underpaying you. Story 74. It depends on the company, but generally no. If you work for any chain, they are always focused on efficiency, and you are just a number. There is no joke about that. Thanks a bunch for sticking around till the end of the video. Remember to subscribe, and until next time, stay awesome and goodbye. Story 1. To eat slowly and enjoy my meal. I came from a household where if you didn't eat quickly, someone else would. Story 2. Check washing instructions before doing laundry. However, this completely backfired on me because now I do all the laundry. Story 3. How to cook and season food. She was horrified when I told her I don't like chicken noodle soup because we always have it warmed up straight from the can. Then she made me homemade soup, also using the can, and it felt like being sick was worth it just to taste that soup. Story 4. It is important not to accept the lowest quality in anything. She encourages me to buy better clothing or a nicer computer, not because material possessions are essential, but because I should feel that I deserve them. I believe many men lack a voice that reminds them they deserve good things in their lives. Story 5. A few really magical insights come to mind. 1. Most people aren't rude. They're probably just shy. Don't set yourself on fire to keep others warm. Putting your own needs at the bottom of the list is unhealthy. One girlfriend explained to me at age 19 that she had to learn to accept that during puberty her body was changing. It was as though guys just got bigger, but a girl's body changes in a profound way. I always thought about that whenever I was intimate with another woman's body. Their bodies can change from one week to the next. One girlfriend said something funny one night. We were back at my place after a long day, and I was really tired. I explained that I was exhausted and couldn't do much to make the night fun. She said it was okay. It's not as though I am a clown and have to keep her entertained. Story 6. How to buy clothes. It may seem minor, but I used to choose the first items that fit well enough. When shopping with her, she taught me to wait until I found something that fit perfectly and that I truly loved. Now, shopping with her takes an extra hour or so, but I get items that I enjoy wearing instead of those that are just good enough. Story 7. She taught me how to cook better. I could always cook for myself before, but she introduced me to a greater variety of ingredients. It truly expanded my culinary experience. Story 8. I taught my boyfriend to place a dryer sheet at the bottom of the trash can under the bag. He was amazed that the garbage no longer smelled, and now he does it regularly in every trash can at his home. Story 9. She taught me how to crack multiple eggs. You hold one egg in each hand and tap them together until one of the shells cracks. The egg that remains intact has won the battle and gets to challenge a new egg. This method makes baking much more enjoyable. Story 10. When my husband and I were still dating, he first found out that I use a straight razor on my legs. His reaction was to immediately ask me to shave his face, as if it were the best idea in the world. He wouldn't take no for an answer. It wasn't long before he had his own straight razor and maintenance kit, and now he handles it like a master. Story 11. How to make a grilled cheese sandwich. My ex-wife asked me to make her one once. She watched in horror as I took 2 pieces of bread, placed cheese in the middle, and then used the microwave. Story 12. Give them time. It's never enough, but allow the two of you as much time as possible, whenever possible. Story 13. To pause and think logically before reacting impulsively. I am still working on it, but she has likely saved me from numerous uncomfortable moments due to my temper. She is incredible. Story 14. To dry my feet and legs before getting out of the shower and to lower the toilet seat after I used it. She tricked me by raising it back up after she visited my house and explained, "This is a guy's house, so I'll raise it back up where it goes after I'm done." I automatically started lowering it when I was at her house, as if some serious reverse psychology was at play. Even my probation officer said, "I've heard you've become quite domesticated." Story 15. How to budget my money. Before my partner, I was awful with finances and money really did burn a hole in my pocket. However, she has taught me the importance of having savings. Story 16. You can use your feet like heat-sink radiators by sleeping with them outside the sheets. It helps stabilize my body temperature on those in-between nights when I'm unsure whether I'll be too hot or too cold. Story 17. She taught me to negotiate effectively, even for small matters. She used to say that it is all practice that will pay off later. This has helped me in all my business dealings. Story 18. My wife has taught me that there are times she needs me to be her husband and partner. There are other times she needs me to be her friend. One role requires me to listen and offer advice so we can work through things together. The other role is simply to listen and respond with, "You're not the problem. She's the problem." Story 19. The value of holding my tongue, even if it is important enough to say, is that it does not need to be expressed in the heat of the moment. Story 20. She taught me to assume the best outcome in any situation, even in challenging ones. This approach helps alleviate anxiety and fosters a sense of calm that keeps me focused and grounded. I observed her practice this for years, but it didn't truly resonate with me until I was in my 30s. The rim could fly off the car while we're driving, yet she would confidently believe we would crash into soft snow without any injuries or pain. It's a wonderful perspective. Story 21. Where we live in the summer, you can hold your hand up to the horizon and count how many full hands stacked before reaching the sun. Each hand represents approximately 1 hour until the sun sets, and each finger represents around 15 minutes. It's not exact, but it's very close. I taught this to my husband when we first met, and he thought it was a bit crazy. Now I see him doing it quite frequently. Story 22. 30 years ago, it got me brushing my teeth in the shower. It was a game changer. I will never go back to the sink again. Story 23. When shopping for meat, use meat bags to grab the meat. Start with your hand all the way inside the bag. Grab the meat and pull the bag over it. This way, you will avoid touching it directly, reducing contact with any raw meat or blood in the packaging. If you are not concerned about that, you can pick it up with your bare hand. Story 24. When dealing with a child, giving them a little control in decision-making makes it easier to manage them when they resist doing things. This has helped me as a parent and even more so as a doctor for children. My wife is a genius. Story 25. How to braid hair. I grew up in a household with all boys except for my mom, who had the curliest hair ever and kept it short. My hair is curly as well, but I also keep it short. Long, straight hair, which my mom has, was a complete mystery to me before. Now, I consider myself an expert. Story 26. Technically an ex-girlfriend, but she taught me a trick to close chip bags almost airtight without using any clips. It's a bit hard to explain, but you use the air pressure of the bag to keep its own fold pressed closed. Story 27. A pile of clothes in the corner of the room is not acceptable. There is something called a hamper. Story 28. When shaving, run the razor in reverse across your skin. This technique clears the hair without the need for constant rinsing. Story 29. She taught me that I am the luckiest person in the world to have met her, and that every day is easier when I have her. Story 30. If I turn the duvet cover inside out, insert my hands into the corners, and then grab the corners of the duvet to pull it through, it is much easier than trying to shove a duvet into a case. Story 31. That I am lovable, valued, and valuable even when I am not providing a service. She taught me this through the absence created when she left, and I realized I had friends, family, and hobbies that fulfilled me. I found that I was happier in the company of books and music than alone with her. Story 32. It's better to listen fully instead of jumping in with advice right away. Honestly, it even improved our relationship. Story 33. According to my partner, we should appreciate the little things. Sunsets, a fire on a cold day, and a tasty homemade meal. Story 34. Don't ask your child what they want for a snack. Just put something in front of them. That's all there is to it. Story 35. To check before making a purchase and to save money. It has reduced our spending and helped us save a significant amount in no time. Story 36. If you cannot reverse or change it, regretting is a decision and a waste of time. Learn from it if you can and move on. Story 37. She taught me not to assume things will go smoothly. Leave early, take an umbrella, and agree on a place to meet if the cell phone isn't working. Have a backup plan, basically. Story 38. A girl I dated in high school asked to hold me while I used the restroom. I let her. When I finished, she asked if I didn't wipe or anything. I told her no. Then she tore off 2 squares of toilet paper and awkwardly patted the tip. It absorbed the annoying leftover drops we all try to squeeze out. I have been patting the tip with toilet paper ever since. We didn't date for long or seriously, but she completely changed my life with that one moment. I never forgot her because of this. I thought about searching for her on social media to thank her, but that would be strange. Story 39. I sent this post to my husband of 15 years with the comment, "I'm kinda curious." His response was, "Honestly, I don't have to apologize for existing." His parents were not easy on him during his youth and always favored his sisters. He even mentioned getting grounded once for breathing too loudly. This was the best and saddest compliment from my love ever. Story 40. Remember to smile before you leave the house. This invaluable advice helps me manage any negative energy I may be carrying before interacting with others throughout my day. Story 41. When she's talking to me, she doesn't want my opinion or a sincere response. All she wants is for me to nod my head and agree with her. Story 42. She taught me to be more decisive. She definitely needs leadership because she is very trait neurotic. In contrast, I have always been carefree and unbothered, so I rarely had strong opinions about things in general. I am very analytical, and problem-solving comes easily to me. Being able to express an opinion and follow through has actually helped me a lot at work. Story 43. She taught me to love, care, and see others in a different way than I had before. My background story is not bad, but it has its challenges. Over the years, I have struggled with anger, trust, and mental health issues. I can't explain how it's possible, but with her, I finally feel like I am seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. She is my complete opposite, and in a few months, I plan to ask her to marry me. Story 44. Use your tongue and 2 fingers. Curl your fingers back toward you and feel around until you find a spongy mound. Massage it with your fingers while working your tongue. She had a previous same-sex relationship, but I have received a lot of appreciation for knowing the technique. Story 45. I learned that women often share their problems without expecting solutions. If I tried to fix things, it would lead to frustration. They don't want everything or anything to be solved. Story 46. How to downshift an automatic transmission to slow down while going downhill without riding the brakes. Story 47. It's a small detail, but folding socks makes a difference. I've been living alone for 2.5 years, and I can put away clothes neatly since I enjoy long-sleeve dress shirts. However, I always just stuffed one sock into the other and created a ball. I recently discovered that you can actually pair them together and fold them neatly. She was surprised and laughed that I didn't know this. I was also surprised because it never occurred to me to fold socks this way. Now I can store them in a much more organized manner. Story 48. When cleaning, always start with the highest areas and then work your way down. Cabinets, countertops, and then the floor because dust falls down. Similarly, wash your hair first, then your body. Story 49. My husband had no idea you could flip the shower curtain rod over when it starts getting rusty on one side. We have been married for 6 years, and he still tells everyone about this life-changing tip I showed him. Story 50. Sushi. My wife introduced me to sushi and stood by my side while I learned to cook step by step. Now I own pasta night. My parents taught me how to cook noodles and grilled cheese sandwiches. Story 51. I taught my fiancé how to tank in games. It is my proudest accomplishment. He could manage well enough, but he said he didn't understand the team mindset until we tanked together. I'm currently teaching him Balatro, as he doesn't have much experience with poker. I used to be much worse at strategy games. I would buy him the games I was playing, and he would learn them by himself and then teach me. So we teach each other a lot about games. Story 52. It is easier to add a little flour to a dough that is too wet than to add a little water to a dough that is too dry. This principle applies to both dough and cement or concrete. Story 53. To calculate a 20% tip, double the first digit of the total. If the total is over $100, double the first 2 digits. Story 54. I have a special advantage called white male privilege. I had no idea it existed until she told me about it. Story 55. When she is venting, do not immediately offer solutions. Just listen and express empathy. I do not vent like that personally. When I express a challenge to someone else, I am usually looking for guidance. Being mindful like this has improved my interactions with many other people. Story 56. Pack sandwiches before a long drive. I always used to grab something on the road and complain about it. Having a tasty, healthy wrap or sandwich feels better and saves time. Story 57. She taught me how to be a man. When someone is depending on your abilities and helps you get up when you're down, you start taking on life and winning. Story 58. To give strangers the time of day to talk or chat with. I found myself in a situation while waiting for a child's ball game. I had asked her to hurry, so we wouldn't be late, and not to talk to anyone, while she quickly stepped into the grocery store for a few items. Sure enough, as she walked out, an older gentleman stopped her, and they had a 3 to 4 minute conversation. I felt upset and asked her why she had to stop when I specifically requested her not to. Her reply was that for whatever reason, he felt he had only her to talk to at that particular moment about his wife, who was struggling with her health. She wasn't going to pretend she didn't care so I wouldn't miss part of the game. Perspective. Story 59. How to fold socks. I would just bundle them with the feet hanging out the heel, but she taught me how to fold them completely. Story 60. Options trading. We built our nest egg from regular contributions while working our office jobs, but we gained the confidence to quit our jobs because of trading. Now we raise our children at home as full-time parents. Story 61. When scraping off a cutting board, use the backside of the knife. I love cooking and keeping my knives sharp. I just never thought to do that myself. Story 62. They have taught me that they are only as faithful as their options. I was not their first choice and basically they lie a lot. Not that I have been damaged or anything. Haha. Story 63. If you urinate, press your perineum afterward. It will help eliminate most, if not all, of the last drop. Story 64. Cooking. Before meeting my wife, I felt hopeless. Now I enjoy baking and sharing my dishes with friends. Story 65. I'm a woman and I know you're not asking us, but I taught my boyfriend how to cook the eggs last when making breakfast so they are not ice cold by the time everything else is done cooking. He used to cook them first for some reason, and it would drive me crazy. Story 66. To cook better, enjoy life, and not take things so seriously. I also realized that I never folded the towels correctly. Story 67. Many partners have always loved my hair, and because of that, they taught me how to take care of it. As a result, I now buy the best products available and use them for maintenance. I am truly grateful. My hair is long and curly, and I have always thanked them for their advice. Story 68. A bit silly, but I always wipe myself off after a bath or shower. Towels now last twice as long before needing to be washed. 15 years later, I still do it every day. Story 69. Making good food can be a rewarding experience. Once, when I cooked breakfast for her and she tried my eggs, she called them rubber-like. I didn't understand until she showed me how to cook them correctly. Story 70. Pretend to be ineffective at tasks so your detail-oriented partner will handle them instead. It's quite clever. Personally, I prefer doing my own tasks as well as helping others. Otherwise, I would consider trying it. Story 71. To buy nice clothes and enhance my style, I feel more confident in my clothing and dressing sense. Thanks a bunch for sticking around till the end of the video. Remember to subscribe, and until next time, stay awesome and goodbye.